Here we are, everyone. It is the Murder Was the Case ground news breaking, I should say, LISK live stream. It's going to be a long haul marathon, and the guests are incredible. I don't often do the live streaming, so bear with me. And I am not as deep into the LISK case as a lot of other people are. So I'll be doing analysis, and I know the basic facts, but hopefully some of the guests will help me along here. This is my co-host for the evening. It's Robert Ottone. He is an author, Bram Stoker Award winner, and Chris Duett was originally supposed to host the feed with me, but a couple hours ago he said he wasn't feeling so good. So Robert graciously agreed to step in. As far as the content this evening, we're discussing serial sexual murder here. We're going to try and do so respectfully, but it's explicit by nature if you're going to do it with any kind of real analysis. And we're bringing in forensic psychologists and veteran homicide detectives to talk about this stuff. So we are not going to go light on that. So just be warned, it will be explicit, but not needlessly. And also, you'll be able to listen to this on my Patreon for Murder Was the Case, patreon.com/Murder Was the Case, in different segments, audio only later, but you do have to become a patron of the show. Murder Was the Case in the past year has gone pretty much exclusively onto Patreon. This is my 6th year, and I want to be making some money finally. Anyways, but that's not the main thrust of what tonight is about. It's obviously groundbreaking news. The last time anything like this really happened was when Murder Was the Case started, with the Bruce McArthur case in Toronto, and I was able to really get a lot out of that. And just between us, between me and everyone in the world watching right now, I was getting a little into Murder Was the Case, and I was going, is anything going to happen in the news? Like, since the Golden State Killer, I've got this serial killer show, and there hasn't been anything. And then suddenly, out of the blue, oh, LISK seems to be solved. So now I'm reinvigorated. Robert, welcome. Should we throw up that slide where we just briefly talk about who the guests are going to be this evening?
Sure. Yeah, that would make sense. So let's throw that up there. Oh, this
okay.
one right there. There we go.
So this is me. If you want to know why I'm on here talking about serial killers for hours, I do actually have the credentials. I'm a doctor of social sciences, but with an exclusive focus on violent offenders. So I took a program of mixed social science discipline to focus specifically on the study of violent offenders, psychology, criminology, sociology. My dissertation is on the internet. It's all about offenders who communicate, like Son of Sam type of thing, Zodiac Killer. So I'm legit. You can go look it up. I'm also the former vice president and head of behavioral for the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. I've worked on dozens of cold case investigations in a consultant capacity. I'm the host of Murder Was the Case, if you haven't figured that out yet. And I'm also a co-host of the Citizen Detective podcast. Right now on Citizen Detective, we're looking into 14 cold cases in Oklahoma, and we're working with the police on those. So it's not just web sleuthing. We're actually trying to solve those. If you can go to citizendetectivepodcast.com, you'll see where you can donate to that. All donations are right now going towards DNA testing. And I'm the author of 7 books, mainly about true crime and academic study of violent crime. So, Robert, about yourself.
So I am a former reporter and really got involved with researching LISK not super long after the bodies were discovered. And it's the only time I was ever threatened as a reporter is in relation to well, that's not true. This case and one other case. But from there, I went into doing other things. I'm the Bram Stoker award-winning author of The Triangle, which I just won that award about a month ago today, a couple days, I don't know, give or take. I'm also the author of The Deep, which is the sequel to The Triangle, Nocturnal Creatures, which is a book about Bigfoot. And my latest is The Vile Thing We Created, which is courtesy of Hydra, and very proud of that one. I'm also a college lecturer and library lecturer, and I am an English teacher, and I also teach English as a new language as well. So very fortunate to get to do both those things. But I had a podcast for a long time about LISK called Voices from Gilgo. And it covered sort of the theory that I was presented with by multiple sources. One of those sources actually who called me the night before this arrest was made, or announced rather, and told me that this was coming. So in that case, it was very interesting to hear this name pop up. But
And Robert's got a lot of these behind the scenes details that I hadn't heard before. So we're going to be dropping those. Let's see some of the other people joining us this evening quickly. Josh Zeman, if you watch Netflix, you must know who that is. He is the creator of Sons of Sam. One of my favorite documentaries of his was Cropsy from 2009 about the murders on Staten Island, Killer Legends. That's an interesting one too. I haven't seen The Loneliest Whale yet. I want to get around to it. And of most relevant here is the creator of the LISK TV series, The Killing Season. So Josh is going to come on and he's going to have a lot to say. Then Dr. Christopher Kunkle, a colleague of mine, he's a doctor of psychology. He's the former president of ASOC. He's a clinical and forensic psychologist, and he's the deputy director and chief behavioral health officer of the South Carolina Department of Corrections. Chris has worked with all kinds of violent sexual offenders, pedophiles, sexual sadists, you name it. I study it from afar. I've had the misfortune of meeting a couple of them, but Chris has always been like deep among them. So he's one of the most knowledgeable people in this area, and I can't wait to have him on. He should be on around 7. Then Detective Cloyd Steiger, another friend of mine, he's former Seattle homicide detective. He solved 250 homicides, a veteran of 2 serial murder investigations, the Dwayne Lee Harris and Ali Muhammad Brown investigations. Cloyd's also an author. He'll be around 7 or just after 2. We have a geographic profiler coming up, Douglas Macgregor. Didn't have time to get into all of his education, but Doug's someone I work with a lot as well. And obviously there's a strong geographic component of this case that we're going to be looking at, getting into the cell phone calls and everything. And then last but not least, Dr. Peter Vronsky. He's the author of many best-selling books on serial killers, particularly Serial Killers, The Method and Madness of Monsters. And he's a veteran of the Richard Cottingham cold case serial murders. And he's been doing that since about as long as I've known him. He bumped into Cottingham going into an elevator one time as Cottingham was leaving a crime scene. Yeah. So lots of interesting people up here. Leave comments, questions, whatever. Try to get to them. There's a lot of info we have to juggle. Please be respectful. Hi, Ms. Gags. Thanks for doing this, Dockley. No problem. It's exciting. There's something to talk about, finally. It's hard to keep a podcast going when there isn't major news. You know, the years pass and you're like, come on, is there going to be a serial killer break? And there has been. So this is good for me. I'll go all night.
Especially since this one's been such a long time coming. We're, talking north of 10 years and not a whole lot of traction for a variety of reasons. But so, to see this sort of, at the very least beginning to get solved, I think it's important to, recognize like Rex Heuermann is accused of 4 as of now. He is not accused of all of them as of yet. So
has he been charged with all 4? I think it's just 3, right?
I think they just announced the 4th one.
Oh, yeah.
The Maureen one. I think it just happened like an hour ago.
Okay, well, I was setting this up.
Yeah. I was cruising around YouTube and being like, oh, well, there it is. And they had the picture of all 4 girls on there. So, and I know as of this morning, they said it was going to be coming. The 4th one was going to be coming. And I think they just tacked it on today. So
should we start off by looking at the crime scenes and the victims for which he's been charged now?
Sure. Yeah, we could do that. Let me pull up the document here. Let's see. Share screen. Sorry, everybody. It's my first time running one of these as well. It's where is it?
Oh, I've got it. Don't worry.
Oh, you have it? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, there is the crime scenes there.
Yeah.
So Bartholomew, Barnes,
Costello.
Costello's the farthest left there. Then
Mhm.
Bartholomew, Barnes, Waterman. Those are the 4 that he's charged with. As you can see, they cluster really tightly. And what I think is interesting about this, Robert, is across that strip of water there. This is what's known as the South Shore, correct?
Yes, this is the South Shore of Long Island, and this area is a barrier island for the more mainland part of Long Island. So this is an area that's essentially meant to be pounded by the ocean and pounded by storms and lessen the damage, which unfortunately, I'm sure we'll touch on Hurricane Sandy doing a number to this area about a year after these girls started to be found.
Yeah, that
Um,
will have some bearing on other remains, right,
yeah.
too. But what I think is really important is that just across that bay to the north there, like, that is where the, Rex Heuermann lives. It's like, is it his backyard that looks onto this?
Rex Heuermann lives in what's called Massapequa Park. This is
Mm,
Babylon, New York.
mhm.
So Massapequa Park is about from this area about 20 minutes northwest.
Okay.
So the person who lived near here is the doctor character. He lived over here. Dr.
Right,
Peter
right.
Hackett lived right around
Yeah,
here.
that
Um,
should be an interesting discussion too, because Peter Hackett was just in the crosshairs, and it was like in the public, this guy did it for
yeah.
quite some time. So now we know he didn't. So what are the ramifications of that?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I think a lot of the people, and you can look and see a lot of comments and stuff on different articles and websites and stuff. But a lot of people are really still holding on to certain individuals who may or may not be actually cleared of this now, but they're still being accused by people. Evidence doesn't seem to be really changing people's minds too much, but it is still early. It's still
That's why
very early.
you got to be very careful about what you jump in with 2 feet on the internet. This one here, I really opined on very little, um, compared to a lot of other cases, and I
Hmm.
just looked at it and I said, "There's not enough information," and it's not because it's not because I'm a good guy. It's because I'm like, I'm going to get myself into trouble because this one's
Yeah.
could be solved really soon. And
Hmm.
here's a good point, Robert, is the way it was described. I always thought these victims were dismembered and in burlap sacks.
Right.
You'd hear like victims were dismembered and in burlap, or
Correct.
sometimes even explicitly burlap sacks. Well, that's not the case.
Nope.
The four that we're talking about here were not dismembered, and the burlap was like a camouflage from hunting camouflage fabric that was wrapped around them to obfuscate them so that you didn't see them, and it seems to have worked.
The interesting thing is, that was a big part of it for a lot of people, the burlap thing. A lot of fingers ended up pointing at a pretty prominent businessman on Long Island, on the East End as a result of that. And then, of course, it turns out to be, like you said, camouflage netting as opposed to burlap. And that the burlap thing was very distracting for a lot of people for a very long time because it was like, well, who has access to burlap? Who can get that? Who can do this? And it's like, well, Long Island is a fishing area. Just about any fisherman can get a burlap sack or a burlap bag. It doesn't have to be, somebody with access to garden materials or, floral materials or anything, or, greenhouse stuff. Right. So that was a really interesting development that I, in the back of my head and looking into this, I always kind of felt like I feel like the burlap is very much a red herring, but not,
Yes.
I mean, not to say that it's purposely misleading or misdirecting or anything like that, but it always felt like people were making a little more of it than perhaps needed. If that made sense, they were wrapped in something, whether it was burlap or something else.
Well, it
Either way, it's
doesn't
solvable.
help that
Yeah.
the FBI profile that went public talked about victims in burlap sacks. And
Hmm.
that's why I went, okay, well, they are in burlap sacks because that's what the FBI profile says.
Right.
So then the question is, did the FBI get the accurate information? Like, did the police go to the FBI and say, here is the correct information regarding the bodies, here's the crime scene photos, here's the list of the evidence? Or did the FBI, were they even called in to give a profile? I'm not certain, but if they were, why didn't they get the correct information?
The FBI, as far as I know, was not brought in until years later. Because
Right. So
if there was an interview with the former local FBI chief who said we tried to get in and we
mm,
were not allowed. So I think that came in after, and I think the burlap was announced before that, and I think they just kind of put that in the report. I think they were just like, yeah, they
right.
were wrapped in burlap. Okay, this is what the police say, so this is what we're going to put. I don't think it was the FBI specifically saying like, oh, it was burlap, it wasn't this, because I
Mm.
think once the FBI came in with this joint task force that they created about a little over a year ago, I guess it was. Once the FBI came in with that full force, a year later, we're seeing things getting solved. So
Well, yeah, and it might be because of their participation. Certainly, this
mhm.
task force has done a good job. There's
Yeah.
no doubting that. I mean, they've gone from just lost in the weeds here to within a year solved it.
Hmm.
I think a big part of it is just starting over again. Sometimes you get into a case and you get led down trails and you don't leave breadcrumbs behind you, and then you don't know how to get back. Which is like why on my show I've gone from the beginning with the JonBenet Ramsey case, and people are like sometimes, well, we know this. Why are you going over it? It's like because this is the result. Sometimes
Hmm.
you take things for granted that you think you know, and it's important to start again. You can see good results here. I wanted to ask you this, Robert, that occurred to me. You have a description of Huerman. I believe it was from the victim Amber's boyfriend had seen him, correct?
Hmm.
Okay, that he was
Correct.
like 6'5", and they know because of all of the cell phones going dead in Massapequa Park that this was the place they most likely encountered the attacker. And we know that the suspect drives a pickup truck.
Yeah,
What color was it?
Green Chevy
Okay.
Avalanche.
So if you have that information going back to like what 2011 or something like that, why did it take so long to look for a tall man with a green pickup truck in Massapequa Park?
It's a great question. That is a great question.
How big
I
is Massapequa Park?
Massapequa Park is pretty big. It's not, the
Mm,
biggest town on Long Island, but it is pretty big, and
yeah.
it is filled with law enforcement individuals as well. It's also it's a different county.
Mm,
So where these bodies were dumped is Suffolk County. You can see that Suffolk County Police. That way is Nassau County. So it's two different counties right there. So a good example, right? When I was there a couple days ago, I was at the house when things were unfolding. There was hardly that I could see. There was hardly a Suffolk County police presence. There was one car,
mm,
and there were a ton of Nassau County police cars, and there were even more state trooper cars, and there was a lot of FBI there as well that I saw. So whether or not it was Suffolk County doing their diligence, whether or not they totally bought the whole green truck thing, I don't know. I mean, you could literally, I think Josh Zeman posted it on Twitter. On Google Earth, there was an image of the green Chevy Avalanche right in front of the house back then from when the picture was taken. So it's very, very suspect that they didn't put two and two together. There are a lot of Chevy Avalanches here on Long Island. It's probably one of the most obnoxious cars that I see pretty frequently because they're gigunda.
mhm.
But it's
Driven
just
by
one
a
of the
guy who's 6'5", right? Or
driven by a
whatever.
guy who's 6'5". But to be
Yeah.
fair, I mean, a lot of these guys, when I saw him, he looked a lot like a lot of these guys.
Hmm.
A lot of these Long Island type dudes. I'm a tall guy. I'm not 6'5", but I'm pretty tall, and a lot of these guys who kind of work in that field, who socialize in those circles and stuff, they're all kind of bigger dudes. I don't know. I know this thing's true.
Okay, Robert, we should probably talk about the victims. Like up front, we need to address the four people
Hmm.
who are the victims of this crime. You know the case a lot better than me,
Yeah.
so I'll just hand that over to you.
Yeah. So you have Megan Waterman, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Bartholomew, and Amber Lynn Costello. Uh, those are the four. Those are the original Gilgo four right there. And the most interesting thing that in having walked the area where these bodies were placed, and having seen their markers before the town took them down, was the proximity to the actual road. Some of them
Mm.
were. Some of them were a little deeper in the marsh. Two of them were a little deeper in the marsh, but two of them are right on the side of the road. So that's something that always stuck out to me. But, in reading a book like Lost Girls, right, by Bob Kolker, they give a really nice job, really nice, portrait of who these people were individually. Like Maureen was supposedly very funny, super
Mm.
smart, very funny, very charming person. That one always sticks with me for some reason. Like her sense of humor, I never met her, obviously, but it just kind of jumps out to me. I don't know. But then
Even in her photo there, she looks playful.
yeah, and it's
Yeah.
just like these are perfectly normal. There was video footage released a couple years ago of Megan at the hotel, supposedly from the night that she disappeared. And again, but perfectly normal, individual. Like there was nothing out of the ordinary, right?
Mm.
But these were just women making money doing, they were sex workers, yes, but like that's the oldest profession. You know what I mean? Like it's not a reason to be like, well, this is why we ignore this case, because these were individuals who are doing something that's not commonplace. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. That's kind of the thing that always bothered me about the case here on Long Island is there kind of was a sense of, well, who cares? They're just prostitutes. And it's like, well, no, they're people. Like,
So
they're
that isn't just a media talking point. That was actually an attitude that you picked up on.
100%.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow. In the
100%.
21st century. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, especially really when it shifted, I think, is when Mary Gilbert got in front of the cameras and really started preaching, on behalf of her daughter, obviously, Shannon Gilbert. And there was the idea of like, well, no, this is a person. Like, this is a regular person. She's 80 something pounds. Like, she's very young looking, which you and I were talking about before,
Yeah.
but she is a person, and she has her own problems, and she's, a perfectly reasonable individual. Like, there's nothing out of the ordinary specifically that we don't all have problems with every day. And I think that kind of recontextualized these victims a little bit more in sort of the Long Island's public. And also John Ray, the family's lawyer, has really done a nice job of kind of reminding people, like, these are humans. These are humans. I see a couple comments in the chat about the sourcing the charge for Maureen an hour ago. I think it was ABC News on YouTube. You can find that. It literally was just right before I got online with you guys. So that's where I saw it. But yeah.
Okay, and there may be other victims. In fact, my intuition is there are quite a few other victims of the man who's charged with it as the perpetrator, which, just frankly, based on the evidence they've got on him, it really looks like he is. But
yeah.
if
you want to talk about this guy, if it's up to you, but Asian male, who I think in the killing season, Josh Zeman postulates that it could be an individual, Latin American individual as well. They just don't, at the time, they just didn't know 100%. But it was determined that it's an Asian male based on the Google search of Rex Heuermann's.
Just pulling that up now.
Yeah, he has, what is it, Asian twink?
Asian twink tied up porn. So twink is like an effeminate gay man, right? Have I got that correct?
That would be my interpretation of it, I suppose. A young gay man. And that certainly seems to be the case here. I had always heard differing things about this individual, but there's no identity for them. There was, I think, in the killing, and I'm sure he'll talk about it, but in the killing season, I think they talk about it possibly being an individual with some sort of neurodiverse situation. I don't remember off the top of my head, but that could very well be.
Well, I've heard it speculated that they were trans because apparently they're found wearing female clothing.
Yeah,
of course, that in itself, though, it could be a transvestic fetish, right? It doesn't have to be a trans identity, or it might not be either. It could be if they're also a sex worker, it could be part of what they just have to do for their. So we don't really know, right?
Right.
It's, but potentially. But the point is that in the searches, Rex Heuermann, he's looking for, for masturbatory purposes. Let's be frank. Someone with a male morphology in bondage. So that makes this victim plausible, and he's found right near the others. Yeah,
100%. And there was a theory too that there was in hiring these escorts that this was kind of the impetus for why whoever, and again, I'm not going to say Heuermann or whatever in this moment, because at the time we didn't know, but there was thinking that whoever was doing these killings then brought on an intermediary to serve as sort of a person to vet the people who were being hired, that somehow they hired Asian male on accident, not realizing that they were male. I don't know, I wasn't there, but that was a theory that was thrown around. But it would make sense that if Rex Heuermann did in fact kill Asian male, the most important thing would be identifying this person. If there's any way to do that, it's been a really long time, and I don't know if their family, has moved on or anything. Obviously not, but it would be nice.
There are also victims that come before this that may be they may be part of the series too. But I was just looking over the list last night, and what seems to be different is there's more ethnic minorities among them, and there's dismemberment.
Yeah.
So you might say, okay, well, that would seem to rule it out. Well, not necessarily. It is different, right? But you have MO evolves. So you
Yeah.
have a perpetrator who early on is really paranoid about getting caught and kind of goes over the top with all the things he thinks he needs to do to get away with it. And then time passes and he just gets lazier as he goes on. I don't feel like doing all that work. And so I'm not going to bother. They don't
Yeah.
find them anyway, or they do, it doesn't get linked back to me. Or, I dismembered them and they found them a couple days later. What was the point in doing it? So, yeah, the natural progression of people, the default setting, right, is to be lazy.
Hmm.
And particularly with someone who appears to be a psychopathic, right, they don't like putting in a lot of work. So it's not hard for them to decline in the sophistication of their MO.
Yeah.
As far as the victimology, I can imagine a couple of things. First of all, serial murderers who prey on sex workers typically have a more diverse victimology racially. Anyways, you can look at Gary Ridgway or Robert Lee Yates, and you'll see what I mean. But also, I wonder if you started out too with picking people who are ethnic minorities, thinking they won't be missed. Right? It's farther down the less dead thing, and then later, yeah, or it's
Yeah.
not him, right? Or it's someone
Right.
completely different.
Right.
Because we do have this Bit Rolf
Right.
offender who was
From
convicted of.
Manorville. Yeah.
Yep, yep. And there's no shortage of bad dudes around. So it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle, but it's starting to get solved. Robert, wasn't there DNA on one of these dismembered victims, um, on the garbage bag or something?
There was DNA on the three girls that they
Mm.
have found. Like there was the hair. There was hair that was traced back to the pizza and the hair on him. But that's what I was reading earlier this morning, is that they found hair on the three girls and they were able to trace that back. And I heard originally a lot of people were saying like, oh, his wife took a 23andMe and that's what traced it back, because then
Mm.
her DNA was in the system and the hair that they found on the girls was female. But then I read this morning that one of the hairs, a hair on two of the girls, was male, and it traced back to him.
Yeah, I have information here that there was a victim, Tina Foglia,
Yeah,
from 1982, who was
that was
dismembered.
Manorville. Yep.
Okay. It says there was DNA of unknown male found in the bag, is on the bag. Is that accurate?
Yeah, and that DNA was traced to John Bitrolf's brother.
Okay.
So John Bitrolf's brother was drinking a cup of coffee, driving on the highway, threw the cup out the window. Police gathered it, did the DNA testing, and it went back, and it turned out to be his brother.
Okay. So, Bit Rolf, was he convicted of that one?
Yes.
Okay. So it could be too that the dismemberment victims, unless you know better, they could be Bit Rolf victims.
It could very well be.
Yeah.
And some of the pieces of, found there, some of the dismembered pieces did match, from what I was told, pieces found in Manorville as well. So it's entirely possible that it was just a dumping ground for two different people at two different times. That's entirely possible, I think.
Or
But
potentially more, right?
potentially more. Yeah. I mean, we
Yeah.
do have the mob here on Long Island. That is part of it. We have MS-13 here on Long
Mhm.
Island. MS-13 uses different areas as dumping grounds. There's two prominent ones that I know about that they find bodies in all the time.
Hmm.
But again, this is just until it's so early in the case, like until meaning Rex Heuermann, comes out and says, hey, I did this one, I did this one, I did that, like they have him for at least 3, 4 now. And that's 4 life sentences. It doesn't make any sense to just not say, all right, I did this, unless he's going to stonewall.
Well, some of them have this pathological need for control, right? Like he's been compared to Gacy, and I think as a beginning comparison point, despite the differences in gender of the victims, it's not a bad one. Um, I'm going to get into a little bit of into that a little bit more later because I have a few
Yeah.
others. We're going to get right into Rex Heuermann and what we know of him so far, and what that seems to indicate psychologically. But with Gacy, it's like it wasn't the reason he had them in the crawl space. There was something about keeping them close, right? Even Ridgway with these cluster graves, like why not spread them out? Why put them? He put them in the same place. Now that was for necrophilic reasons. Bundy had a similar thing that could be at play here, but we don't have any firm evidence of it yet. But with a guy this out there, like from a paraphilic point of view, anything is possible.
For sure.
Absolutely anything. So it could be too that there's a clustering of the bodies, and he likes to go there, and he feels like he still has some kind of dominion
Yeah, it's
over
his
the
trophy
victims.
garden, right? Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
kind of the idea. He could go to it whenever he wants and reminisce, and it's right there. I mean, you could
yeah.
walk it. It's very easily walkable, and it's very accessible to the public. It wouldn't it truth be told, it really wouldn't look out of the ordinary for someone to be walking over there. It just
Mm,
wouldn't.
Another one that I mentioned earlier, Bruce MacArthur in Toronto, who dismembered the victims and put the parts into flower planters on a property that he worked on.
Yeah.
Every time he goes to work on that property now, or goes to put his tools away or visit, he's close to them. And at the time, I asked, are the body parts in chronological order? Because there was multiple victims in the planter. And I said, were they ordered chronologically? And the media were like, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm like, you gave that answer a bit too quick. I'm not so certain about that. And then
Yeah.
I went to court later and I found they weren't. And I said, you see, that was an important question, because if they're not layered chronologically and he's been killing them years apart, that means he's going back, he's taking the parts out, he's doing
Hmm.
something with them, probably something sexual, and then he's putting them back in.
Right.
So yeah, they could. This is a kind of a great white shark serial killer. I think a lot of victims, highly psychopathic, definitely a sexual sadist, definitely pedophilic too, and to the point where he's calling the victims' families.
Hmm.
Anything is on the table with him. He almost harkens back to an earlier serial killer. The Bundys, the Gacy's, those types. We don't see many like this anymore.
I think one of the more interesting things too is where he chose to place these bodies. Look where the water is, right? High tide comes in, Ocean Parkway gets covered in water. Not all the time, but it does happen. And he put them in a place that it was entirely possible for it to flood, entirely possible for these things to deteriorate. Like I said, Hurricane Sandy happened in 2012. When Hurricane Sandy happened, this area got hammered along the bottom there. It just really got hammered. And a lot of the houses are on stilts. I remember there was a theory also at the time that if, things were happening in a house over there, that, since the houses are on stilts, some of them, not all of them, at the time, but what better place to hide something than in a crawl space under a house, or in, a lifted house in the area that's lifted. You're not using it for anything else. You're not going to park a car under there, for example, but you could use it as storage. A thing that I thought was interesting when I was there the other day watching them take stuff out was they took out a freezer, a
Mm.
really large freezer, and I'm curious to see what comes of that, if there's anything in there.
He is primarily, I mean, he's a sexual offender, but within them, there's gradations, if it's human. And he seems to be very focused on control. And the
Yeah.
biggest marker of that, I think, is the calling the victims' families after it, wishing to extend his control over them
Hmm.
too. And he's described as a controlling person. I'm going to get to that a bit later. I have a lot
Yeah.
of quotes about him, which is giving us an idea of his psychology. And so, someone who's controlling, yeah, they're gonna potentially, more so than more thrill-oriented offenders, going to keep the bodies or the body parts on the property. And I'm just waiting to hear that. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen, but they're doing
Hmm.
those excavations. Just don't be surprised.
Yeah.
It's always possible that he started putting them out by the South Shore there because he ran out of room in the rest of his property or
Yeah.
properties. Do we know if he has another property?
There are rumors that he has a house in Jersey. That's what I was
Mm,
hearing while I was there. And that's what I was hearing from some other people later on in the day. But that has not been confirmed yet, certainly.
mm,
But one of the things that, going back to the phone call, right? Um, I remember at the time the sister talking about how the individual seemed to have some kind of a speech impediment, or they were kind of slurring their words. And I listened to a voicemail from him this morning, not to me. This was through one of the news outlets or whatever it's in. You can find that online. But he didn't have much of a speech impediment, but he definitely had kind of like, not like your standard. He didn't talk like your normal
mm.
Long Island guy. Oh wait, he didn't sound like that. I don't have much of a Long Island accent, but he didn't have really that either. So if he's calling the sister and she's hearing something in his voice, could have been a little inebriated, something like that, especially, knowing that the calls came from his office or it came from the phone of one of the other victims. You know what I mean? So if he's on the LIRR and he's making a call, a lot of people drink on the Long Island Railroad on the way home from work. They get, they stop in Penn Station. They get themselves a couple beers or whatever. It's not out of the realm of possibility that it was him. And again, the sister is never, this was a phone call. It wasn't a voicemail. So we don't know 100% what that, sounds like. But if that was him, and you could definitely sort of hear like a little bit of something in his voice for sure. So we have a question. We have a question in the chat here. Why do you think he was pedophilic?
Because of his search history.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have it in front of me right now. Do you? But there's more searches, arguably. Okay. Maybe it's like slightly less, but there's a lot of searches for, searches for children.
All right, here we go. I'm going to share screen and you're going to see some dark stuff here, folks.
So I'm not saying exclusively pedophilic, perhaps preferentially, but certainly sexually attracted to children, or he wouldn't be looking for them on the internet there. We have, once again, extreme content warning. We're just going to be discussing this very frankly, so I'm going to read that out now. There's chubby 10-year-old girl, 10-year-old blonde hair girl, black girl, 10 years old, chubby 10-year-old girl crying. By the way, that stuff, the crying, that's sexual sadism. Sexual sadism isn't just like the power and the dominance. You get that from observing the reaction. If you go and you look at, you read up on this, it's really the core of it is seeing that reaction. So the reason they scare people and hurt them is they're turned on by seeing the tears, by seeing the fear on their face, by seeing that they're in pain, humiliation. It's a terrible thing. It's probably the worst thing, that the idea that would sexually gratify someone. And then when you combine that with, child, sexually sadistic pedophile, you're in Albert Fish territory, who is another New York serial killer from the 20s and 30s. So worst of the worst.
Yeah, some of this is really dark. Obviously, it's all really dark, but, a girl with face beat up. I mean, preteen girl with makeup. It's dark stuff. I'll stop sharing. I will probably come back to this. Yeah.
So this is what I was looking for here. A quote from a person in his neighborhood's daughter. I went to school with him. We rode the bus together. If it was that person, he was a drug addict in high school.
Well, what's a drug addict to one person is somebody who smokes pot on the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. His brother was convicted of, was it killing someone in an auto accident because he was drinking and driving?
Correct.
Yeah. So the idea that, also with like the psychopathic lifestyle, you see, which I think he is, by the way, you see a lot of sensation seeking behavior, a lot of just hitting that, that thrill button. And so it's probably more likely, if I was speculating, that he does use substances than not.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. Like I said, I mean, the one sister described him as sounding drunk when he called to taunt her. At the very least, he drinks for sure. I don't know if you want me to show the picture from the New York Post of the doll, which, that might touch on the pedophilic stuff.
Let's get into that a bit later, because we got Chris Kunkle, the forensic psychologist, coming on, and we'll just go off on that. Robert, what I really want to know, we've got about maybe 15 minutes until Josh Zeman gets on. What can you tell us exclusive things that you've observed or heard? Things, while you have this this window, tell people what they don't know that you do.
Yeah, sure. So, this kind of kicked off for me. I know for a lot of people it started Friday. For me, it started Thursday. I got a call from one of my old contacts who informed me that an arrest had been made, that not to say anything on social media. Don't say anything to anybody. Of course, I said, yes, no problem. And I went to bed and I woke up and I had an ocean of emails and an ocean of phone calls telling me, oh, hey, this happened. And I had to kind of be like, oh, wow, crazy. And then I decided I was going to go down to the scene because they were the last thing I got from my sort of my contact was they're digging up his lawn right now. And this came to me before it was announced that they were digging up his lawn. So, I mean, if you want, I will happily show some pictures from when I was down there. Let's see. Share screen again. Show this one first. So this was one of the later photos here. This is when I saw the canine unit. The gentleman has a canine unit hat on here. That was what I saw towards my time wrapping up there. The canine units were basically done. I think they were heading out. I'm going to share this image here. I know this is a little herky-jerky, everyone. I apologize. But here we go. These are the state trooper vehicles that were in the yard. I didn't recognize that insignia at first. I was a little further away. As you can see, I zoomed in the best that I could. They actually kind of pushed us back. So we got there, when I got there, I was by myself. We were a little closer, and then they pushed us back as more trucks were coming in and stuff like that. So this truck here was the one that they were actually loading material into. And there is a second truck that you could see sort of in front there. That second truck they were using to block. They weren't really putting anything into that truck. This truck was getting the lion's share of this wave of material. All right, so let me just go to the next one here, share this tab. So if you look here, this is the back of that truck that is blocking what's going on. And if you look sort of underneath, you could sort of see individuals loading things into the truck on the other side. I don't know, I was seeing them carrying boxes in and out of the house. They were bringing in folded up cardboard boxes and leaving with cardboard open, filled cardboard boxes. They were taking, in my opinion, it looked like they were taking as much as they could out of the house. And they were in like Tyvek, as you saw in like one of the last pictures, they were in sort of those like Tyvek kind of suits. Let me go to the next slide. Yeah, so here's kind of a shot of the house itself. Now, this is the lone Suffolk County Police car that I saw there. This is the only one that I saw. All the other cars that I saw were Nassau County police cars and state trooper cars. I saw FBI. I saw unmarked black FBI SUVs. They didn't have any insignias on them or anything like that, but I did see the FBI individuals getting into them and taking off. And I actually have a picture of the FBI as well. But this is a shot of the house. This is, again, this is as close as I could get. As you can see, the police tape here, they were doing a really good job. The entire block was closed off at the far end as well. So there was no getting in here. There was no getting much closer, certainly. And now here you have some of the FBI that were on the scene. These are 3. I counted 5 total FBI agents that I could see based on their badges and how they were dressed. These are 3 out of the 5 FBI. And honestly, they were in and out of the building as well. They were mostly with Nassau County Police discussing things. I was doing my best to eavesdrop, but the amount of people on the streets around me was a little wild. It was not easy to get. So I'll just show you this last picture or whatever. This is actually a section of the news that was already set up when I got there. I ended up setting up on the other side of this umbrella. I was able to get over there and get right up to the cordoned off area. So a lot of the pictures you see from my Twitter feed are from like that sort of general area. I was kind of like over here. That's sort of where I was standing. But you could see, this is a light amount of people. This is right when I first got there. And there was at least 40 or 50 people there not long after I got there. The media was there en masse. Like they were there right away. I saw, there's some drone footage circulating online of the backyard. That individual was actually chased out as I was getting there. They were not happy that there was a drone flying overhead. So these are some of the pictures that I took. My phone eventually did die, unfortunately, while I was there waiting. And honestly, I was getting a lot of phone calls from a bunch of different outlets and stuff, and I was talking to Chris on on Twitter and giving him updates, and I was talking to like Newsweek and Fox, and it was a lot. It was a lot. There's a question here. In the original investigation, did local police resist or decline FBI help? Know anything about that? They did. The Suffolk County Police Department did everything they could to resist the police. To resist the FBI coming in. Now, looking at it now, it seems that's tied more to the former chief having some shady dealings that eventually caught up to him anyway. That's kind of where I lean a little bit more with that than I did before all of this started to break.
So he didn't want federal investigators poking around because they would find things unrelated to LISK, but still bad things that he was doing.
For sure. Yeah. And
Okay.
he eventually got in trouble for physically assaulting a suspect who had stolen sex toys out of his car. Something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
It was more than sex toys. It was sex toys, Viagra, and something
Some
else.
people say homemade videotapes, but nobody confirms that.
While we're on that subject, with the pornography consumption of Rex Heuermann and the nature of the crimes, here's something else you can expect to find. Certainly photographic documentation of it. Now, whether he has those, I'd imagine he seems pretty savvy with the tech, so he might have those stored on external hard drives, and maybe not even in his house, maybe hid somewhere. But also, if you're going to do those, well, why not take the videos too, right?
Yeah.
So don't be surprised if that stuff surfaces. Like we said, this is like an old school great white shark type serial killer. He's going to have the souvenirs and everything.
One of the things that some people have asked me, and you could probably shed some light on it as well. But my thinking always comes back to the feeling of control and staying in control and staying on top of the case and stuff like that and covering your tracks. Why didn't he just leave? Why wouldn't he have just left Long Island? He got away with it, right? For so long. Retire. You're an architect. You work in Manhattan. You have a house on Long Island, even though it's not the nicest looking house on that block. Certainly.
No, it's the eyesore.
Yeah, it is the eyesore. But you know what? That land alone is probably worth about $900,000. So if he was to sell his property, right, go to Florida, go to South Carolina, live like a king.
Maybe because there's bodies buried on it, or there's souvenirs in the wall or something like that, which was something I was going to get to. I don't want you guys saying, "Oh, Lee said there was definitely going to be bodies there," and come at me after you find that there isn't. But there's that possibility. And so, why didn't he move? Why didn't he move to a nicer house? He was successful because he doesn't want anyone to dig up the yard or whatever it is.
Yeah,
potentially, and discover his secrets.
When I was there, they had already begun. The digging up of the lawn was already underway. I think that was one of the first things they started doing in the morning. Was they started digging up the lawn immediately. Personally, I think they were digging up inside the house as well. I don't know if there's a basement in that house. I don't know if there's a crawl space in that house. But I think they were digging up inside too, because they were going in and out with a lot of tools, not just tools to use in a backyard. But here's a question in the chat as well. What do you make of the eyewitness account of Rex harassing a woman in the park a couple weeks ago? He doesn't strike me as the limber type that could pop out of the woods and surprise someone. I read that account. She basically said that he asked her the time and followed her or something like that. That was
kept popping out at different spots, like, "Hey, it's me again."
Yeah, very creepy and weird. But also, you were talking about methodology and stuff and how things change with the disposal of body. This could just be him getting more chutzpah, getting a little gutsier, maybe trying to approach somebody in a different way. There was also, I don't know if anybody saw on the news earlier today, a young lady came out and talked about, this is how I heard the voicemail of what his voice sounded like. But she came out and said that in her meetings with him, he had asked her about the Gilgo Beach murders. And he was like, "Oh, did you ever hear about that?" And she said that she was like, "Yeah, I heard about it, but it happened when I was really young." And then he never brought it up again, kind of thing. So I think he's, like you said, kind of an old school killer, thirsty for attention, but also not wanting the attention, maybe.
He
very
knows he shouldn't have it, but he can't help it.
right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the most
Pathological.
important thing in his life, right? I mean, this is the most crucial thing about his existence. Like it'd be like a heroin addict giving up heroin.
Yeah.
Um, it's like we see this with Hollywood people, right? Like an actor giving up or an athlete is even a better comparison, right? That guy who tries to quit boxing like 3 times and fights until he's brain dead, and it's
Yeah.
a similar thing. It's what defines them.
Yeah. True.
Josh Zeman is here. Should we
Yeah.
bring him up?
Yeah. Just added him to the stream.
Hi, Josh. Welcome. I want to start off by saying I've watched your films for quite some time now, and I've always really enjoyed them. And I wanted to contact you, but I never had a reason to, right? But I just want to say right now, I really enjoyed your films.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
Yeah. So, hear anything we've talked about so far that you wanted to comment on, or do you have anything you want to get off your chest?
No, I mean, interesting. So why didn't he leave? I think there were a lot of liens against hhis house. He had some real tax problems and some pretty significant liens against his home. So he was in debt. If you look at the house, you can maybe assume that, he was spending so much time trolling that he just wasn't really on top of the other parts of his life. An architect, yes, he did work for the city. So I just don't really think he had the means, yet at the same time, confirming some of his other residents. He had residency in New Jersey and he had a timeshare in Vegas. So was he eventually trying to get to Vegas, as many people want to retire? Of course, Vegas brings up a lot of sex work and those interesting connections where he could freely find more, a larger victim pool, basically. So that was maybe some things that I wanted to address.
Yeah, I've got information on the tax here. He was subject to 6 tax liens filed by the IRS in Nassau County between 2010 and 2021. At one point, he owed $425,000 for taxes he failed to pay going back to 2005. He no longer owed about $250,000 of that debt in 2022, and it says that Huerman and his wife owe more than $81,500 in personal income tax to the state since November 2020.
So altogether, they owed 320. Was that? I mean, I'm not a math teacher, so doing those numbers is tough. But it sounds like about 300 something thousand altogether that was left over.
Yeah.
They no longer owed about 215,000 of that 425,000 debt, so they got rid of about half of it, just slightly more than half. Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah. So then the question is, why is he so in debt, right? And that's a psychopathic trait too. You can look at right up on the checklist, irresponsibility, which primarily means financial irresponsibility.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people saw the video of him, with regards to the real estate video, Bonjour Real Estate. And you could tell this guy wasn't like a high-end architect by any means. Again, if you're an architect working for the city, not to disparage, but, he was, while fastidious, he didn't seem like he was really banging out huge jobs.
So what has it been like since the news broke, Josh? I mean, you made the Killing Season, the television series. It was like the television series on this. I imagine your phone just started blowing up.
Huge. I mean, people started calling me, and it just hasn't stopped. It's been a wild ride. And there's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on about, who was right, who was wrong. What does this mean? For me, I am just extremely happy that the victims' families have some sort of justice. Obviously, they're not going to have closure. Closure is a bullshit word. But at the same time, it's very nice to see them up there. It was interesting to see who was up there, including Melissa's sister. So people were talking about, you guys mentioned The Voice, and doing a comparison of The Voice. You've got to imagine that they did that. If she was there, she came down from wherever she was from. Melissa McCann was there, Maureen's sister. So, for many years, these families have felt completely shut out of the process. And that was something that we covered in the Killing Season. There was so much going on in terms of obfuscation. I didn't even know how bad it was when we were starting out making it. We were like, let's make a documentary series about why serial killer cases don't get solved in a half an hour. And when we went in further, you not only had, a a perpetrator who knew what he was doing, but you had a police force that was actively obstructing justice. And to me, that's just such a shame, which now brings up the question, could they have solved this case sooner if you didn't have the DA and police chief, the DA being Spoda and the police chief, James Burke, actively obstructing justice?
Well, the fact that they solved it in a year once they had the task force together seems to imply that yes. We were talking too about maybe you have some insight into this. I couldn't understand. It seemed that the clues were there. You have an individual who's 6'5", who's seen by I think it was Amberlynn Costello's boyfriend, and then he's in a green pickup truck. So you have that too, and Massapequa Park, because that's where all the cell phones go dead, right? So you're looking at Massapequa Park, you're looking for a very tall man in a green pickup. Even if that's optimistic, given eyewitness descriptions, you should follow those leads, right? So the question I have is, why wasn't that done like 2011, 2012 or something like that?
That's a great question. And knowing the previous detectives, I mean, yes, one of the things that we always talk about is, not every police department deals with serial killer cases. Every police department, once every 20 years, they get a case. So technically, they're not prepared. They're not prepared on the press side, on a communication side, maybe not on a task force side. Mm-hmm. But I extremely firmly believe that if there was a legitimate clue that would have honed them into Massapequa, and if they had done the pickup search, the avalanche pickup search, because it was such a unique vehicle, if they had done that search and anywhere the word Massapequa would have come up, that would have been a huge red flag, which leads me to believe that the Massapequa, the vehicle, is not really how we got here.
Yeah. I mean, with serial killer investigations, a dragnet approach is often very good. We had the case of Russell Williams, who was an Air Force commander in Canada, who raped and killed 2 women in, I think it was 2009, 2010. And after the second victim, they had tire tracks in the snow outside of his house. Actually, it was the mud. It's purported as the snow. And so they had the width of the tire tracks apart, and they had the Toyo tires, and they had witnesses saying it was an SUV. So what they did is that road, now granted, it's not as busy as Long Island, but they just put police out on that road one day and stopped those cars. And, within like a dozen cars, more or less, they had him. They stopped him. They didn't make an exception because he was the base commander. They looked and they wrote that down, and then they brought him in and broke him in the interview room.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, and this may be, nice to know and not really, were not really important to the case, but I actually believe that the DNA, advanced techniques in DNA technology allowed them to then relook at the hair, both hairs from him and the wife. Then from that, they got basically they had to go to ancestry.com, which technically they're not allowed to do. And then once they get a hit, they then reverse engineer the case to find the hard clues that then allow them to kind of rebuild the case from the more evidentiary side. Basically, they go back and then, Dave Schaller or Bear, we don't know exactly who it is, they go back and they look at the statements, a linebacker type or a tall type, something like that. And then they kind of build from that.
An ogre is how he was described, which is an interesting choice of words.
I was looking at some of our old interviews, and, there was, Bear says linebacker, and we spoke to Dave Schaller. He said in our series, like, if I had just gone another 10 feet, I would have seen the car. So it's interesting that he said previously, and I don't think he had a reason to hold back, that he didn't see the car. Look, going in the machinations of how they did this, whether they had to reverse engineer, obviously the laws using ancestry.com are quite narrow. And when you have a case like this, which is a public, emergency, I personally believe that, they should have access to that material and not as constraining as the laws are. But the point is, it was still excellent police work, regardless. If you go and you look at the bail proceedings, the bail, when they did the bail reports, you could see all the work that they did with regards to the cell phone pings and how much that would have been. I mean, you're basically going in, you're looking at all the calls that were made, you're looking at the numbers, You're then comparing those numbers against numbers that ping to a tower in Massapequa. You're then trying to find another burner phone in Penn Station. Thank God for computers. But the point is, excellent police work. And it's amazing what can happen when people work together rather than a DA and a police chief who are actively obstructing justice and not wanting the FBI to be involved because of their own shady dealings.
That was one of the things that, because somebody asked me like about it or whatever, and I was like, well, this is the new Suffolk County Police Department. Like this is a good thing, like they're changing. They're younger, they're smarter, they're more diverse.
Yeah,
that's the key.
Yeah, I mean, Rodney knows what he's doing, and I went up to him at the press conference. I covered this case for 10 years, and so I just was like, hey, excellent work. And he just turned to me and he said, teamwork. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty, it just shows what you can do. And this is how law enforcement is supposed to work correctly, and when everybody's working together on a task force, it does. It's just a shame that it took documentaries and a lot of frustration and a lot of family tears to get here.
Yeah.
Now here's a question I've got to ask. Robert, you had the podcast on LISK. Joshua, you have the television series.
Yeah.
You know that he, given what we know about him, he almost certainly went and watched the TV series and probably listened to the podcast too. So Juan, what's your reaction to that? Maybe that's not a surprise, right? Perhaps. But the other thing is, did anyone ever reach out to you that in retrospect you think, was that him? Because he's a reacher out type of fellow.
I mean, I can be honest with you. The reason I took the podcast down was because I was getting an ocean of messages from people all the time. And it was a little overwhelming and a little creepy. And it finally kind of culminated when I felt like there was an incident that happened at one of my lectures, and I had to take it down because it was just a little too physically intimidating for me. So much so security had to escort somebody out of the room. It got really scary for a while. So that's why my podcast went away. But yeah, like there were messages coming in all the time. There's every once in a while I would still get a message. I got a message 2 days ago when, on Friday when this was going on, saying like, hey, if this doesn't turn out to be this person, you should look at this person. And it's like, I'm not a cop.
Right.
I'm a teacher and a writer. I don't, that's not my vibe. But yeah, I know. Josh, what about you?
I'm pretty sure he watched the series. I'd have to say, everybody's been telling me that, but look, that was part of the series, was to actively engage and to see if is this guy just an idiot enough to write back? So we literally put posts on Backpage saying, hey, if you have any information, call us, because we wanted to see if he was trolling for information, and then would have reached out, and that would have been a key or a clue. He was pretty active in looking at everything. He was a lurker for sure. The biggest question for me is whether or not he is involved in the other killings. Manorville Butcher. So that is where my head is completely at right now. And bringing up the Google searches, there is one Google search that talks about Asian Twink.
I'll pull that up again.
Yeah, which basically refers to, I don't even actually know, to be honest with you, what Asian Twink is, other than the fact that, Asian and, this preference for young boys dressing young feminine-esque boys and things like that.
That was my understanding of Twink. It was like a more effeminate gay man, I thought. Yeah.
So what are the chances of that search being there, and then having one of the victims be Asian, who we call quote unquote Asian male, who was theoretically trans and may have been involved in sex work, and then he had been beaten to death. He was the only one that was beaten to death. So you can assume, speculative of course, I'm not an expert, that he had been duped, and we see duping going on in Amber Lynn Costello's case. So I would have said it's completely different if it wasn't for this. And then one more question, which is, you don't start doing this at 40 years old.
No, I think I worked it out. Let's say he started at 18, or he could have started at 18. It was very young, was possible. That would have been 1982. That was the year that I was born.
Well, the question for me is the wife seems to play a pretty prevalent role in his MO, from what we know. Again, I am not an expert. I don't, claim to be. And but knowing the wife was away, then he would go and do these things. So does the wife not being in the house free him up? And what about before, when he was divorced? He was married twice. And so what's the period between which he was divorced from the first wife and remarried the second wife, and what happened in that time period?
Yeah. It's not just so from a criminological perspective, wife is away or wife leaves you. You have a lessening of controls, which is control theory. You wouldn't act, but something controlling you, that control is gone. So now you can act on it. But you also have arguably strain too, which is if you have a divorce with your wife and you're unhappy and your life goes into turmoil. Someone like this, it's like any addict. An addict usually doesn't get more stable with trauma or with complications in their life. That's usually what triggers them. So it's key to know when that first wife left him. I'd even want to know when they started having major problems in their relationship, because if you're looking for previous victims, that's where I'm going to say you should focus for that reason.
Yeah. And the other thing is right before he got married for the first time, typically, even with alcoholic or any chemical dependency, you kind of fall off a cliff and you're like, look, I got to get my life together, get myself a partner who's going to kind of stabilize me, etc. So that's where I'm looking at. And then there's also just a lot of hot takes going on, which I find to be very interesting.
Should we field some comments, Robert?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing mean.
Here's one, might be connected to that hot takes thing that we just talked about. Speak broadly to him potentially having accomplices, being part of a network, or is the evidence pointing to a lone wolf? I know, this is not so like I don't know. And Josh, I'm sure you heard it as well, but like, his name had popped up in my researching before. His name had been mentioned to me before, and I'm sure it was to you as well. But like, there were a lot of names mentioned. So what does that mean? Does that mean that there's a network? Like you said, I hope that he's responsible for all of it. I really do. But we don't know yet,
I mean, this case has been plagued from the beginning by a lot of rumor, innuendo, and people watching a lot of television. And then from that, creating their own mythologies and their own conspiracy theories. That was one of the reasons why I walked away from the case for so long. It was because it was so difficult to weed through the conspiracy theories and the hot takes in an effort to talk about the real issues of the case. So networks, my opinion, my humble opinion, there's no network. It's very interesting. And I've done a lot of crime series, right? Sons of Sam, Murder Mountain, all of them, and it's just very interesting. People love to create connections where there are none. It's human nature. We do it because, we are always trying to find a reason, because the idea that there isn't a reason is really far more terrifying. How could he elude the police for so long? He must have had help. These are all the things that come up. And so there's all this Oak Beach, stuff going around, which is where Shannon was found. And this, how could, that there's sex rings and cults going on and everything. And so the thing for me is, people who do bad things find each other in the darkness. That doesn't necessarily mean they're all together. It's just they hang out in the darkness, or they meet in the darkness. If you go to a bar and you do drugs, you walk around the bar and you say, anybody got any drugs? You are going to find people who don't do drugs. That doesn't mean you bought the drugs together. And that doesn't mean necessarily you go home together to do the drugs. But, so it's a bad analogy, but that is what I'm trying to say. And just this case was hampered so long by distractions, and you can understand the frustration on the police side as well, with regards to what's going on. The police did a horrific criminal job originally, and then they were hampered by just so much noise.
And a lot of people like to talk about, the case going away and people, them not paying close attention to it because of MS-13 here on the island, and a lot of different things sort of taking point and distracting people. But there's another question here in the chat.
Before we move to that, can I just weigh in on that last thing? So from my my criminological perspective, when you look at serial killers who are sexually sadistic and operate in pairs, generally what you see is they kind of treat the victims more like trash, in that they're like putting them in, clustering them and putting camouflage on them and carefully doing all that. It's almost like a little bit too personal, right? It's a little bit too much care. It's more like throwing them out of a van or something like that. If you think of the toolbox killers, or the bone-in, or what were they called, the freeway killers in California, they tend to be a little bit more devil may care about it. That's the kind of attitude. And I just see a little bit too much fussiness. And I also don't think this guy I don't think he's particularly likable. He's not, doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would have a lot of friends, but also like he wouldn't want to mentor some 17-year-old kid who gets dragged along for it. He's kind of got like that obsessive compulsive personality disorder type non-charisma, right? So I just think when you put all that together, unlikely.
I think that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a question here. I'm not familiar with this. I am familiar with the dolls thing, but I don't know.
Yeah. This was, so basically there, at some point during the investigation, somebody was leaving dolls. I forget the name of the doll, but it's a specific kind of doll at the grave sites, and kind of, saying, it seemed to be saying rest in peace, that type of thing. And then when they removed the doll from Rex's house, and I just posted this, on Twitter, people were making that association. Yes, he liked small women. He had a preference for petite girls, obviously going back to his psychopathy. And so you see that, but I'm not sure the dolls means anything, but enough so that the police took it out for evidence. And if you were there, you were a police guy, you would totally take it out too.
Oh, yeah.
You would be like, let's bring this over here.
We have a picture of that if you want me to put it up.
Let's throw it up. Yeah.
Yeah. From the New York Post here. This is what Josh is talking about, with the doll, the child-sized doll in a glass case being taken out of the house. In a wooden glass case. Very creepy.
I think it's worth mentioning, so the question becomes, so how if it wasn't the avalanche, how did they find it? It's probably just the DNA. But I will also say that all the other clues were there right from the beginning. Pings to Massapequa, the commuter theory, Penn Station, Maureen Brainerd Barnes disappearing from Penn Station. And so if going back to the most logical answer is the right answer, I think that's a perfect example of what we're dealing with here. The most logical answer is the right one. It was all right there.
One of the most difficult things about a serial murder investigation is managing the information, right? It's just getting it all in place and standing back and going, okay, like, what is relevant here? Because there's such a rush from the beginning, like, oh, we got to do something about this. But I'm someone that really believes that you need a battle plan. And so the first thing you want to do is you want to get all the pins on the board, and you want to have, this is the box where that's in, and this is the box where this is in. Now, what seems to make sense? And I think they're always playing catch up to a certain degree.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you go back and look at the early press coverage, we've interviewed Dormer, who is the first police chief, very nice man, but he was unprepared for this. And again, but who is going to be prepared for finding that number of bodies? Who is going to be prepared to deal with the fact that you may not be talking about one serial killer, you may be talking about two? It's very hard for any law enforcement agency to be prepared for this. At the same time, interestingly enough, Long Island definitely has its history. Were there two active serial killers in Long Island at the same time? Yes, Shulman and Rifkin. Rifkin was basically pretty much doing the same thing here. So, yes, they should have been prepared, but at the same time, nobody could prepare you for what this was. And, it's just close enough to New York City that the press are going to come vulturing in wicked quick. And then you had some real obfuscation again with the DA Spoda and other individuals who were previously mentioned in this case, a couple of individuals who went and kind of muddied the waters by calling people and trying to insert themselves in the case. And
yeah, that's how Hackett got eyes on him, right?
Yeah, and so it's really hard to sift through what's relevant and not relevant. And then, we have the Shannon issue of it all. And I don't know, Robert, where you stand on this. Is this just an unbelievable coincidence that Shannon Gilbert was a sex worker who died? We don't know if he was murdered or not. And somehow this led to the discovery of other bodies. And what we're just dealing with is the tragic realization that there's so much violence against sex workers, or was this somehow connected?
I sort of err on the old fallback of, that area is a party area. A lot of people with money, a lot of people with means.
Yeah.
There's a couple other questions in here. There's one, I don't want to put it up. It's specifically about me, but I feel weird putting that up. But then there's this one. We'll go to this one. Wonder if Joseph Brewer knew Rex. It's a great question.
Yeah.
Who was Joseph Brewer again?
Joseph Brewer was the one with Shannon the night that she ran out. He
was the client.
Yeah.
Right. He called the police, was it, to alert them that she had acted strangely to him?
Yeah.
Yeah. And her driver was looking for her. Gus Coletti, the neighbor, called the police, described her as a little girl because she was very tiny. So she would fit Rex's MO if he does like young women, which clearly he does. But
yeah. I saw some information that said that her neck was broken and that there was a hole in it.
The hyoid bone was missing.
Yeah. So that's strangulation. Usually like strangulation. Well, no, not usually missing, but crushed or something.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I've been out there. I went traipsing through that marsh. I was fully clothed with gear. I went through that marsh and I tried to get to the highway where we assumed she was going.
Mm-hmm.
And it was amazing. I don't think we made this point relevant in the documentary. I could not get through this 6-foot wall of brambles. And I was wearing gloves and I was wearing all this stuff. And I tried to get through and I couldn't go through. And I was calling to the people on the other side. I was like, am I stuck in here? And so there is no way she would have been able to get through. Now, many people question, how could this be true? Again, the Brewer, it is a real tough one. It is a real mystery that I think will endure with this case for many years.
You do frequently see this, though, like coincidences happen in criminal investigations, and they are distracting. It's not like in the greater scheme of things, there is usually something like that in a complex investigation. Now, this seems particularly, what's the word I want to use? Odd. Like it seems even more so, but it's still possible.
I mean, the only thing that sits there and says that doesn't make any sense, and this is what the police have said from the beginning, is like, why would Brewer call the police? None of the other GV4, our victims, ever was driven to someplace. They always left without their cell phone. They had been stalked. Like, there is a very specific methodology to what he was doing with regards to that. And so a driver, a John, they're going places. Everybody's calling. She's making a full scene in the thing. Yes, the phone call. A lot of people ask, well, then why wasn't the phone call released? I interviewed Sini, and I literally, when the cameras were up, I sat there and I was like, dude, why aren't you releasing the phone calls? And he's like, it's a legal thing. I was like, I understand that, but you are creating so many conspiracies out there by not releasing. He's like, what am I going to do? And I was like, yeah, but do yourself a favor. If there really is nothing on that tape, then release it. And he's like, at this point, it's not me, it's a judge, it's the state police, it's the family. So Robert, I don't know what you make of that, but that's what he told me.
Yeah, I think, and also we've all heard the clips that they have released and seen transcripts and stuff like that, but there's a lot of dead air on that call as well. So parsing it all together, and she's being transferred from one thing to another, and it's kind of going back and forth. So that I think maybe it could be there's an element that makes them look bad, that the call is being transferred a little bit. I
was wondering from a lawsuit perspective, what are we really just talking about here is that they didn't want to release because then a lawsuit would have been huge, and they, John Ray would have won that lawsuit with regards to that. But, every police department has money set aside, and Suffolk County is a very, wealthy police department. So they could handle that monetary punishment if it came to it. So,
yeah. I'm going to put this one up here. From the outside looking in, it looks like the police have Rex dead to rights. From a psychological perspective, do you think he becomes a braggart like BTK or controller of his legacy like the Golden State Killer? Too early to tell, I would think.
It would just be a guess, because those guys are, there's a lot of similarities between them. I mean, BTK is very control obsessed. Bondage is like his main thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I wish we could say. I think he feels good about his legacy. Him searching Long Island serial killer. I don't think it's just. Are they going to catch me? What do they know? Calling the victims. I think he's what you would call egocentric. He doesn't have a problem with him being a monster. He's like, yeah, I'm right into being this evil the person. But then is it like a Gacy situation where he just will never crack because he gets such a thrill, a thrill of not admitting to it. That's the last bit of power that he has. Or is it, I've always wanted to talk about myself. I don't know. I think the guys that have always wanted to talk about themselves often they do communications, like BTK sent letters, right? He called himself BTK. Now this guy did this, but was it to assert his identity, or was it sadistic primarily? And from what I see, it was primarily sadistic, wanting to get a reaction from the victims' families.
Even going so far as to Google the new phone technology, that's literally the name of an article. That's the very specific name of an article that was published about that. So yeah, keeping tabs on himself is interesting.
I hope he wasn't surprised that using those phones was going to not be a good idea. Do you know what I mean? Like, of course you don't do that.
Right. I was talking about it the other day. Like, the idea of a burner phone is to make a phone call and then get rid of it.
Right.
Make one call, get rid of it. That's the idea, but
yeah,
very, very strange.
Somebody did ask me, they're like, but I thought burner phones couldn't be tracked. Who purchases it can't, but the telephone numbers themselves could be used to create a digital footprint. And from those telephone numbers, if you are calling a victim and then that number then appears, I mean, with algorithms and computer technology, you don't want to rely on that anymore. Look, also DNA at the time was in nascent stages. We're talking 2010, it was early in the game. So I think a lot of things changed over the years in terms of detective work.
And I would say cell phones too, right? I mean, it wasn't brand new, but it was still early.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any other questions in the chat except that one that I was like, no, I'm not going to put that up. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the chat are kind of saying lone wolf. Lone wolf. The power is all he has left. Power, whether or not he's going to be talked about, that kind of thing.
So, Robert, question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, are we talking about one killer or two?
I think with the 4, I think it's just him for the 4.
Right. And the others?
Could be anything.
There was profiling is guessing, and it is very much like, a fortune teller down in Soho or in Chelsea. It is a guessing game, and there were some profiles that had been put in the New York Times saying, "Oh my God, the profiler was right," and it just made me laugh.
Oh, I saw those. I was like, "Oh, they said he would be like a socially adept person."
Yeah,
something like that. Well, of course he is.
Yeah.
What do you think he is, like scratching himself in the street? No one's going to go near him.
Mindhunter is obviously one of my favorite shows of all time, but we are perpetuating this mythology of this kind of super sleuth person, and it's just not true. I'd like to believe that there are some very smart individuals out there who could kind of put all the clues together, but and Jim Clemente is one of them for sure, but it is really not rocket science. It's guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's educated guessing. It's guessing based on information that you have that a lot of other people don't. And it's like knowing what evidence to interpret and what not, and when you can be of use. Like, because some of the stuff like you guess, it's like I figured out, he was this and this and this. It's like, but that in no way does that information lead to finding him.
Right.
Like, he's a well-adjusted person. Or okay, well, like everyone mainly who's not everyone, but there's a lot of people in Long Island who are well-adjusted.
Functional people who are functional.
Yeah, functional man in his like 40. It's like, somewhat. I was just completely flabbergasted that he's like, I feel somewhat comforted that I called it, or something like that.
I was thinking when I was there a couple days ago or whatever, and they were like hearing the responses from people just being like, oh, this kind of thing doesn't happen here. And it's like, this kind of thing happens in places like here all the time. Like, true crime is so popular. You all watch it. You've seen this happen.
Right. How could you possibly say that knowing that phrase has been used so many times?
It's crazy.
You are surrounded by evil perverts. Newsflash, everyone, if you haven't figured it out yet. I was in the Santa Ynez Valley in California at my friend's house. It's a lovely place. Wonderful food. Everyone's got money. And he has this beautiful little daughter, and we were out walking her down the road, and I said to him, you ever worry about her? I mean, she's just such a delightful, it's one of those kids that kind of catches your, like the sunshine just shines out of her hair or something. And he said, no, not around here, man. He's like, we don't worry about that. And I said, dude, you worry about that everywhere. I'm like, have you checked? And then he checked, and there was a convicted sex offender living behind his house.
Yeah, there you go.
It's, as Long Island too is the more white picket fence suburbia you have, the worse it's going to get. There's a couple things to discuss. I think the fact that he was found in Massapequa, Nassau County, is very interesting. The bodies were buried in or thrown or what have you in Suffolk County. So the question is, how was Gilgo Beach part of a forensic countermeasure? Was this just where he liked to go? And a lot of people know it is very desolate, and so that's one interesting thing. The fact, did he go to Manorville, which is the Manorville butcher? And for those who don't know, we have the GB4, and then surrounding the GB4, we have a whole bunch of other victims from years prior. You had mentioned before, he was married, I think, in 93, I think it was. Basically, if you look at the earlier cases of the Manorville butcher, we know basically Fire Island Jane Doe, who was probably the oldest, right? Fire Island Jane Doe was 96. That would have put him 32 years old. So could he have gone back that far? Absolutely.
Yeah. That's starting a little late, actually. Some serial killers start between about 20 and 35. But I will add this too. Like, they give that, like, oh, they don't start after a certain age, but then they didn't let the generation play out before they drew that conclusion. So they're looking at the baby boomers and they're like, look, these guys are all killing when they're in their 20s and 30s. It's like, no, wait till the generation finishes its cycle, and then you find out that there are some of them that start in their 40s and 50s. So it was a preliminary conclusion.
I think it's really dangerous to kind of go back and kind of make all these assumptions based upon, everybody's different, everybody's new, and, you're always going to find the outlier. The point is, thank God this guy was caught before he could do it again. Yes, it took 13 years, but I'm told the average serial killer case takes like 20 years to solve or something to that effect. So, not bad. And thank God that, the police were able to stop him.
It's also, where he lived was not that far from where the bodies were placed. So, that's sort of right on Nassau County's doorstep too.
Yeah.
So it's not like, you're driving like an hour and you're different counties. But Manorville's like 40-ish minutes from Gilgo. So it's a little bit more of a drive there for sure.
Another interesting thing, 92 guns in the house, apparently. I think that's very interesting. And he was apparently a duck hunter.
There's your camo.
for the camo. So for those of you who don't know, following the case very early on, there were a lot of people talking about a duck hunter, that this guy was a duck hunter because of the area, and so it's just, again, going back to it, the duck hunter theory was completely correct. These are the early theories before we start to talk about,
Groups and all that. Yeah.
But for that bit of profiling, had they known about the camo burlap, then you have multiple indicators of duck hunting, right? You have the area, then you have the equipment. And so then you start to say, well, it's not just this piece of information that I've attached this interpretation to, it's multiple pieces of information.
So Dormer said to us, he said, I can't give you this clue, he said, but there's something unique about the burlap. There was something on the burlap, printed on the burlap. And we're like, oh my God, what is it like? Is it like a coffee?
A company logo?
A company logo. So we were always thinking that it was like burlap. It was the brown burlap. We never went to the camo burlap side of the equation. So that's one thing that we never did. But, at the end, there was something printed very unique about the burlap. So that was interesting for us.
Isn't it crazy how like when you hear something like that and you're like, oh my God, of course, camouflage. It's like we were saying before, like the idea of the burlap. Well, fishermen use burlap too. Long Island's all about fishing, so it's like could have gone any way.
You finally get the answers to questions that you've been trying to figure out for so long. People are like, are you satisfied, or like, are you happy? I was like, I'm not happy. I'm happy for the victims and their families. But me, I just wanted the questions that I spent so long, I spent days driving around to, burlap shops in Long Island.
I just want all of them to be him. That's all. Like, I know that's pie in the sky stuff. It would be really nice if it was all him.
Do we like Asian male? I think given that search, I like it.
That's a tough one. I would have said no way if it wasn't for this.
Yeah.
But then, and I'm not an expert, so I defer to you gentlemen or anybody else who's an expert to tell me about, changing MOs. Does he dismember victims as a forensic countermeasure early on and then doesn't get caught and then says, you know what, I don't have to dismember anybody.
Yeah, well, that does happen.
Yeah. And then, but why are those victims different? Well, maybe this was a different time period. There's so many questions that come up in this case. Yeah,
I think with the dismemberment thing, if it is him that's done it, he starts off like really paranoid, thinking I got to put a lot of work into this. Like I got to chop them up into little pieces and make them small and hide them somewhere. Then he realizes they're finding them anyway. And then maybe he does it one time and he's like, well, they didn't even find that one quick and I didn't dismember. So then, like I was saying to Robert, laziness is kind of our natural inclination. And once you start to tell yourself, I don't need to do all this work, you're going to change. The Canadian serial killer, Paul Bernardo, dismembered his second victim. That was the first intentional murder victim. The second one, he just threw down a leafy embankment. It was like, what's the point? They found her anyways. They put her in concrete and the concrete broke and washed up. So just a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, but let's, my goal here is to pull the bigger questions and what can we learn from this? I think, that's really what I'd like to know. How can we do better as a species, our own self, and what can we learn from this that we can apply to other cases? For me, the conspiracy nature of the whole thing and the internet noise really was a problem for this case right from the beginning. So I hope people will right, pie in the sky. I hope people will speculate less.
I hope people will be more reasonable.
Yeah, now we're just gonna have more hot takes.
It reminds me too of like, the amount of like quiet that there has been on this case since they put the task force together a little over a year ago. But like it reminds me so much of like the Delphi murders, where it was like there was nothing for years and they were just building a case, and then they got the guy. And it's like, oh, yeah, no, he did it, and now it's like, okay, well, that one's closed. It took them a little while, but they got the guy. And this kind of reminds me a lot of that in some ways, but it took less time once the task force got going, if that makes sense.
I think you make a good point. Some of our most notorious unsolved serial murders happen because of a problem with police. Serial killers get away with it because there's a disengagement from the community and the victims. It was when we did the killing season, we looked at all these different places where there were all these unsolved sex worker murders. And it was all interesting because every time the police department had been under consent decree, meaning that there was corruption within the police department. That corruption allows a serial killer or serial murderer to say, oh, you know what? Maybe I could get away with it and maybe I could keep doing it. And so that is really important. Maybe the cops don't even know how much influence they exert over these crimes. And so I think people, that is really important for us. Now, going forward, that doesn't mean that every police department is inept and there is an internet sleuth who's going to go out there and, fix
right
cops aren't doing, And so I think this helps to show that, like, we can all play the game, the speculation game. It's a fun game.
Yeah.
And I've been there and it's fun. But we also have to let the police do their jobs correctly. Except when there's cases like this one. We knew that the police weren't being forthright with the public. They weren't even communicating with the victims' families,
Right.
So there was a problem that said, okay, step in here and make a comment about this because something is not right.
Yeah.
And I think you experienced that yourself.
It was difficult because there was a lot of, I was getting on people who were on the force at the time were giving me information. People who were retired were giving me information. Some of it jibed together and others just were like, that makes no sense. And then over time, and this was really probably one of the shakier parts of, what had happened since these women were found. People would talk so much about the police here and automatically, oh, Gilgo, that it was so-and-so, it was this cop or it was this person. And it's like, like you have to trust the process. Good police work takes time. And of course, like if the end result of this is that it is solved, right? If this guy did do it all, hopefully, if that's part of it, and we get police reform, like we talked about before, damn good police work going forward, those are positive things that could come out of this. And that's what again, pie in the sky, but that's what I'm hoping for.
The other thing that became really apparent is that our reactions of the public, our reactions are not like unique to this crime. Like when it comes to serial murder, the public has a fairly prescribed way of reacting. You don't catch the guy and then the guy becomes a monster, or the press dubs him a monster or a demon. He starts to take on unique supernatural-esque qualities, or then it becomes this kind of like underground dark sex things that are happening around. So there was a book that was really influential to me, A Killer Among Us, which was public reactions to serial murder. I read that and then I looked at the press coverage that was happening and I was like, oh my God, this is all like this is scripted almost. We're just following the script of what typically happens in serial murder cases. Now, obviously that changes with technology and with the ways in which, we can all have a voice, the democratization of our voices, but it was just so interesting to see that.
It was like a playbook. Everything was going exactly how it was supposed to.
This is totally happening. Like now we start playing the serial killer this. And it was like, there it goes. And it was like, and you can see how this keeps happening over and over and over again.
With the FBI involved now, and this is a question for both of you, I guess. How soon does the FBI start talking to him to like unravel more about him? How soon do they start doing the investigatory, find out why these things happened? Why did you do these things? How soon does that happen? After sentencing, when he's in jail? He's not going to get the death penalty, I would assume, if he is found fully guilty. So they will plausibly have access to him going forward, I would imagine. How soon does that access begin? And how soon do they get in there and start talking to him?
I think
And,
of
the reason I asked that is because
Mm.
we talked about how do we learn from this and how do we go forward and how do we evolve, right? And this will certainly help with that.
if his lawyers are any good, they don't talk to him until after he's convicted, or when the evidence is all out on and actually even still not FBI, but there's going to be a point where they're going to have all the evidence out on the table and they're going to say, look, you're not going to win.
Yeah.
So let's do a deal, right? Now, historically, I've been opposed to the death penalty, but there's a good thing about the death penalty. Once the death penalty is on the table, you can say, okay, we can take this off the table if you admit, which is what they did with Gary Ridgway, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you don't have it on the table, you can't play that.
Yeah.
There's something interesting that I learned speaking to a number of profilers about this case. Number one, I didn't know this, but the FBI technically has to be invited by the local police department into the case. And that was new information for me. I was like, oh, really? Like, you guys just don't fly out, you know, and land
in the movies,
you know, let's put the Vicks Vapor Rub under the nose and get in there. And like, no, that doesn't happen. You know, and typically, so, you know, it also just goes to show the power of departments working together. You know, the fact that the FBI was able to come in and do this. I would think that they would have reason to believe, because of his numerous different homes, that because of state line and jurisdiction crossing state lines, that they would have reason to go in to ask him about things pretty early in the game. The other question, however, is what about the case? Meaning, there's been so many issues with this case. Is it a winnable case? If you had a great defense attorney, could he totally blow open the case based upon everything that's been put out in the press, the fighting between police, the SPOTA and everything? Is that going to affect the case?
No, I think there's certain things like DNA that you just can't, you know,
it's like
you
a magic
can't
bullet.
bullshit around. Yeah. And they're going to find more. I mean, I think pretty soon we're going to have an update of it's like, well, absolutely now, you know, they're going to find things at his house or in his computers.
Do you want us to go to some of the questions in the chat? There's quite a few.
Yeah. Throw them up.
All right. So here's one. What about the belt? I know personally, like the belt to me just looked like debris washed ashore. I never put a lot of stock in the belt personally, but.
Well, the belt was wrapped around the victims, wasn't it? So,
yeah,
you know, and.
Oh, I'm talking about the buckle, that one belt buckle that they found.
Oh, the WH. Yeah. I mean, look, people had said the belt was old. It looked old. And, you know, his grandfather, William. So WH, was that his grandfather's belt? I mean, you know, would a guy take such care to go through and have all these burner phones and do all this and then leave a belt?
Right.
Somehow it has his dad's initials on it. That part just doesn't make sense. And I guess maybe
Leopold and Loeb were geniuses that spent like a year or something planning the murder of I think it was Bobby Franks, and dropped the eyeglasses there that had that were linked back to him. So yeah, I don't know, it's possible.
All right, let's take a look at this one's. Is this type of killer the kind that would dismember victims, Lee?
Okay, so we're gonna assume then that we're talking about just the four that weren't dismembered. Well, there's in his pornography. This is probably the most vile thing I'm going to say, but in his pornography searches, he talked about looking for someone whose pussy lips were cut off. So yes, he has. I think he has the capacity. If you're going to search for that, and you're a psychopath and you kill people. Yeah, I think he has the capacity to. The question is, would it get him off? Well, it might. This is another thing. Is there going to be something come out about like genital mutilations or anything like that potentially? Did you ever hear anything about any type of mutilations?
No, but
nothing specific on my end.
Yeah,
but my question is, you know, dismemberment falls into two categories. You know,
defensive and paraphilic. Yeah,
exactly. You know, was the dismemberment a forensic countermeasure? A lot of people just, you know, the mob, etc., just, you know, discard victims with all their teeth broken out and without, you know, feet and hands, so that you identify the bodies. So to me, that is part of the question with regards to the dismembered, you know. But I guess the question was, could he have?
How was it phrased again?
Is this
We're probably overthinking it a bit. Probably it's like, did he do the dismemberment murders? Is probably the real question. And so, yes, he could have done those. I mean, he's a psychopathic sexual sadist. He has the capacity to chop someone up into little pieces. But I'm also saying that there seems to be an interest in mutilation sexually. Now, that's not sexual mutilation, but my point is that he will get off on someone being mutilated. So you can get it from both ends. So potentially, yes.
This is just a comment that somebody had after reading that search history. I wouldn't discount anything.
Exactly. Well, it's right in there, right? It'd be better if it said hentai plump person dismembered, but okay, we still have the mutilation there. So
yeah,
I think certainly defensively he could do it, and then he could do it for paraphilic reasons too. I think we're going to find out a lot of vile stuff about this guy.
And here's another question. I thought this was interesting, or a statement rather. Could have been a car guy, mechanic. Looks like he had an antique car covered in his driveway. They did take that away when I was there. I saw them taking the vehicles and stuff like that. But I'm dying to know what was in that freezer that they took out. That's what I'm most curious about. Other than the boxes and boxes of stuff that I saw them taking out, I want to know what was in that freezer.
Well, you know, regardless, you would grab the freezer just to go in and look to see if there was any further trace evidence.
Yeah.
Really, you want to do that with everything in the house. You want to rip up the carpets and bag them all. Yeah.
This is sort of a statement or whatever, I guess, regarding Agent Twink. The more salient point is whether he searched that before or after the victim was in the news.
Yeah, that was something I thought too, right? If he's watching, you know, does he be like, oh, I wonder what somebody else was into with this victim? Then he goes and he looks, you know. So I think that's a very relevant quote. You have to understand how much the press is leading him. Is he leading the press? You know, where does the snake eating the tail? So that was another. That was a really important point that I didn't verbalize, but kind of was like, yeah, I wonder.
So he seems hypersexual. He's doing all these searches and he has all these various interests of, so you have a twink, which is male. You have you have children he's searching for. You have mature, which he's searching for, and then otherwise non-specified. So, you know, he strikes me as someone who spends a great deal of his time just obsessing over things sexually.
Yeah, I really want to know what's in those other Google searches. I think you would get so much more information. I mean, obviously they cherry pick these Google searches to support their claims, probably so. But at the same time, you know, I want to know what else he was searching for.
They didn't give any indicator of time, right, regarding the Google search. Did they say anything about that?
Yeah, I had figured, from what I heard, and this is just anecdotally, that this was recent, that all these searches were recent, and this wasn't on the home computer. This was on this was not on his main account. This was on one of the private accounts. Remember, he had one of his email addresses was Twank, THWANK, I think, and then a unique date. 1972, October something. So I'm wondering what that date is, because he's used that date numerous times.
So he has these, obviously.
It wasn't his birthday.
Sorry, go back there, Robert.
You want me to go back to this one?
Yeah, so you can see themes of bondage in there right through it all, right? There's you know, tied up, bondage, you see that in there. Lots of stuff with kids as well, right?
But then he has mature.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You know, he could be just a general pervert. When Chris Kunkle comes on here, he's met and worked with a lot of these guys, and the way he explained it to me once is there's some people that are just so sexually activated all the time. They're constantly thinking about sex. They just get bored of, and particularly if they have a personality disorder like psychopathy, right? It's not like they have a filter going, no, man, don't do that. Like, don't follow that curious thread. They're just like, oh, like this takes my fancy, and so they're constantly throwing up new things to stimulate them. So even saying that like he's pedophilic, it's like not just like, and all this other stuff too. He's just a general purpose pervert, which is something you see with psychopaths, by the way. They found the victims of psychopathic rapists were more diverse in age than non-psychopathic offenders.
And you said that about race too, right? Didn't you say that we were talking about
that's with people who target sex workers.
Yeah. Guys, I'm going to have to go.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Josh, thank you so much, man. It was a pleasure to meet you, and I really appreciate you taking the time to be here with us.
Yes, my pleasure, guys. Take care. It was a really interesting and thought-provoking conversation.
Okay, I'll touch base with you later. Have a good one.
Bye.
Ooh, and then it was 2.
Yeah. Well, we got who else? Let's throw that up for. I think it's time for a little break. So we'll take him. Let's go back to the first slide. Well,
yes,
not
sir.
the first. So after Josh. Okay, so coming up 7 o'clock, Dr. Christopher Kunkle. He is the former president of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. I was the vice president. Chris knows what he's talking about. He's a clinical and forensic psychologist, deputy director and chief behavioral health officer in the South Carolina Department of Corrections. So he's going to come on, and we're gonna jam a lot on that paraphilic and psychopathic and personality stuff. I think then we're going to actually go right into Huerman. Another colleague of mine, Detective Cloyd Steiger. Cloyd has been involved in 2 serial murder investigations, Dwayne Lee Harris and Ali Muhammad Brown, both in the Seattle area. He's been involved in 250 homicides that have been solved, and he's the author of Homicide, The View from Inside the Yellow Tape, and Seattle's Forgotten Serial Killer, which is about Gary Grant. We have the geographic profiler, Douglas Macgregor, coming. Maybe look at some of those cell phone calls. And finally, Dr. Peter Vronsky, who is an author of many books on serial killers. He's a veteran of the Richard Cottingham cold case serial murders in Long Island and New Jersey and Manhattan. And this was an old case that didn't get resolved, which Peter's been working on he's closed a lot of those cases, and recently too. So I'm thinking he can put a lot of things in context for us. And I want to end the evening with him, a bit of a historical summation, perhaps. So it's all coming up.
A lot of interesting stuff coming up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking at the chat and whatnot, looking, this is what I keep coming back to. Imagine what they found in the house. I'm sure we'll find out more. Here's an interesting question, I guess, here. Why is he searching maps of serial killers? Is he looking for others like him, or just seeing where he fits in the pecking order? Either way, safe to assume he knows what he is and embraces it. Well, I mean, he's far from the score leader when it comes to serial killing.
Unless there's something we don't know.
Unless there's something we don't know.
Yeah.
That is true. But if his numbers are not in the, what is it? I think the top is 300, something like that. The guy in Central America.
Yeah. He was operating under different rules, but yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, these guys have a tendency to, in a guy like this, especially, right? They love, like you said before, they can't help but want the attention, but they keep the attention off them. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of goes both ways. But, it's 13 years. It's normal curiosity would make you Google yourself and Google the case.
Yeah, absolutely. He's always going to be thinking about it. Are they going to catch me? That's one thing we can, we should emphasize here is that he probably also felt very uncomfortable. He was always looking over his shoulder going through life, particularly as the technology evolved. So, he must have had a suspicion that, sooner or later they're going to get me for this, and wondering when that knock's going to come at his door.
Yeah. I don't know. I wonder too about the rumors of him having some kind of residence in the city as well, so whether it was an apartment or something like that. The rumors that there was some sort of apartment. Who's living in that house here? It certainly doesn't seem like the wife was, or the children, or anything like that. Yeah. There is talk of his son having special needs, I believe, as well.
It's his stepson.
Yeah.
I found that out. Yeah, and his daughter. I don't want to get too much into his family because I'm pretty sure they weren't involved. And
Yeah,
I don't like it when the light gets shined on them after. It's like, come on, they're going to be really
they got a lot
struggling
to
to deal with this right now. But
Yeah.
his daughter's 26, worked at his architectural firm.
Yeah, but it's interesting, and it's I just wish there was more that had come out. I mean, I know it's so recent, you know what I mean, but like, I'm just so desperate to know.
It'll come fast. It'll I think once they've processed that house, there's going to be a lot of revelations. Like I said, it's very difficult to believe that he didn't have digital photographs and maybe even video recordings of this. Like, why wouldn't he? He's a total pervert. We can't control his digital behavior in reference to all these other things. He's a sexual sadist, which means reliving the crimes over and over and having like a image in his head, and that's a huge deal to him. So I don't see how he wouldn't have done that.
Here's a question I have about that. So, if he's taking pictures, taking videos, stuff like that, would that curb appetite to do it live again?
Yeah, I mean, it could get him by for a while. I think that what happened was after they found the 4 victims for whom he's been charged with killing, he probably said, "Ooh, I better play it safe for a bit." Now, how long he was able to get away with that, I don't know. Maybe sex drive waned a bit as he got into middle age. But then, then on the other hand, we've got this story about him approaching the woman in the park, which someone asked about that before. And truth be told, and I'm not disbelieving victims or anything like that, but I was also a little skeptical. There's going to be people trying to get attention at this point in time. So I was like, I don't know. We'll see. That was my thought. We'll see. But if it is true, then his MO could have been different at other periods of time. This was one of the mistakes that was made with Richard Cottingham, which Peter Vronsky will tell you about. We're like, oh, he killed these people like this. Mm-hmm. And then later, when he's starting to confess to all these other murders, we're going, he went into a house and killed a housewife. Mm-hmm. They can change their MO. It's the MO is not what gratifies them. The part they can't change is the sexual sadism.
Right.
Right. That's the desire to torture people and hurt them. If he's mutilating them, that will be present and develop to different degrees. Once again, that's just a speculation. We haven't heard anything that, that he has done that with the victims. But yeah, as far as like who he went after, how he went after them, could he have gone for women jogging in parks? And yeah, he could have. Gary Ridgway had people that were sex worker victims, and then he had people that weren't sex worker victims in there. That's all just they hate women, right? They have these fantasies of torturing and hurting women, and I think they might justify it through preying on call girls or whatever for a bit, and they say, well, it's safe, But at the end of the day, a lot of them do deviate. It's really about they're attracted to women. Now, the question is, did he hurt kids?
Right. Who are, obviously not going to be first to come up and be like, hey, this happened. Like children aren't always, they don't always say what they should. You know what I mean? Something horrible happens and then they don't always tell that happened, and it's horrible. It's touch back on this question, talking about, a view of fear or whatever. And this is one that was in the chat. I didn't want to put up before when Josh was here. I would have felt weird, but criticizing characters for how they view fear. Did this thing being so close to me, being literally 20 minutes away, change my view of fear regarding horror? In some ways, yes. In some ways, it changed how I look at how a let's say like a group reacts to something horrifying happening. Like I said, people here on Long Island immediately jump to, well, it's the cops, it's a cover up, it's this. Like that seemed to be the prevalent thought. And that and going back to something that Josh said, talking about that playbook, right, of like how people react to these things. That's how it was. And really, this was kind of the first time I ever experienced something like that. And that was the first time I personally, again, I was a reporter at the time. Like I went from covering some town hall meetings to, there's a bunch of bodies being found 15, 20 minutes from my house. Like this is insane. And, even going so far as to, while I am I don't have very many skills, but one of my best skills is I am a habitual eavesdropper. Like, I am listening to people speaking from the other side of the room. I'm very good at that. And while I was in the crowd at Hewerman's home, I was listening to the crowd around me talking about, and again, this can't happen here. This never happens here. All the usual things that you hear. And my immediate thought, and I said it to Josh, like, these things do happen all the time. Houses in Amityville still go for $1 million, everybody. That was in 1972. Like that, that happened a long time ago. Those houses still are going to be expensive. Once they bulldoze this guy's house, it's going to be an expensive piece of property, which they almost have to bulldoze his house, I would assume, with the amount of damage done to the yard, and I'm assuming the basement, and how in disrepair the house was anyway.
There was a quote I was looking for that I couldn't find it. I had it in my notes, but someone in his neighborhood said he was an architect and his house was a mess.
Yeah. But again, it's one of those things, like, if you're only using this, let's say, to store things, your wife and adopted kids and stuff live in the house in Jersey, or in an apartment or whatever the case may be, and you just keep this house because this is your playhouse. Sort of makes sense in that case to me, I guess. But there's an interesting statement here. I can't stand when people say you can see the evil in his eyes. No, you can't. Yeah, that's very true. It's not Michael Myers, everybody. Like, this is a normal functioning individual walking the streets. And then here's another question here. What to make of the sketchy condition of his home exterior? And BTK, didn't he supposedly have a nice home? Why be conspicuous? Again, I don't know. I don't know why, he wouldn't at least keep up appearances to keep people off. And some of the interesting things that I was hearing too in the crowd was, I would go trick-or-treating at his house, or my parents would tell me not to go trick-or-treating at his house. And I was just thinking, like, well, it just looks like a rundown house. Like, there's a lot of rundown houses on Long Island. The concept of a zombie house, for example, is not an uncommon thing here, to purposely drive down property taxes or property values, home values, stuff like that. But that's certainly not the case here. I literally just think he didn't see it as anything to repair. He did change his garage from when the Google Earth photos were taken of his home. I guess that was 2010, 2011, whatever it was. He had a garage that had windows to it, and the garage was solid when I was there the other day. So at some point he did change his garage door, whether that was seeking more privacy. He certainly didn't seem to be seeking more privacy if he's out there doing woodworking on the weekends and stuff. He was one of those annoying guys with the buzzsaw going, cutting up wood on a Saturday morning when you're trying to sleep. But yeah, very, very interesting house compared to the ones around it. Massapequa was a nice area. Massapequa Park is a nice area.
I have some quotes about him, which might be now good to read. What time are we at? I just want to see.
We're at 6:32.
Okay, this is a good time to read some quotes. So I wrote these down. Okay, did you know that he was kicked out of a Whole Foods in Massapequa Park for stealing clementines from a bowl for children?
I had not heard that one. But good God. I don't, I'm not laughing to make light of it or whatever, but that is an absurd thing to be kicked out of a Whole Foods for.
Apparently he just kept taking them. Like, she saw him take a couple tangerines and put them in his pocket, and she was like, okay, who cares? It's clementines. Who cares? It's some clementines. They took like 8 of them. Like, hey, those are for the kids. And he got all mad, and he started getting really aggressive, and that's why he was kicked out.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, so a neighbor, Mr. Furchaw, has a few stories. He said there was a time he said hello to Mr. Hewerman while he was chopping wood outside with a splitting maul. Hewerman glared back. So
wait,
he was
what was the last part of that one? It cut out a little bit for me.
Oh yeah, so he was chopping wood with a splitting maul, and he said hello to Hewerman, and Hewerman's just glares at him. And apparently he would chop this wood kind of aggressively and glare at people.
I think we're kind of adding things to the mythology at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, but I still want to know about it, right?
No, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we are adding things to it. Like whoever it is that's giving these quotes, like, oh, I would walk by and he would glare while chopping. Like, please.
Yeah, it's probably like, why are you staring at me?
Right. Yeah. Stop looking at me. Like I'm trying to cut wood. I can't do it in my backyard. There are bodies there, possibly.
Okay. Mike Schmidt, a neighbor who has a friend who lives behind Huerman, would drink beer in his friend's yard, look at the Huerman house, and say he probably has bodies there.
Oh, God.
In Halloween 2022, Schmidt and his friend took their kids trick-or-treating at Huerman's house so they could look inside. Huerman greeted the kids at the door and gave each a small plastic pumpkin full of candy. When Schmidt's wife learned where it came from, she made him throw the candy away. While looking at his search history, that was a good call.
Yeah, for sure. A small plastic pumpkin filled with candy. From a normal household, that would be a very lovely thing to receive on Halloween. But from that guy, a little weird.
He probably didn't poison them or anything, but knowing that kids were going to get them and he's sexually attracted to kids and seeing them in pain, I don't know. Would you put it past him to do something sexual with those candies? I wouldn't.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, there was a girl in the crowd talking about how her dad had always warned her not to go to his house.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, these things never happen here. These things don't ever happen here.
Did you see this quote he gave during his YouTube interview? Huerman said, I build furniture at home and I still build it in the same exact workshop. I have one tool that's pretty much used in almost every job, and it's actually a cabinet maker's hammer. It is persuasive enough when I need to persuade something.
Oh my God. Yeah. I watched that interview. A friend of mine sent me that interview, and I was kind of taken aback by that one a little bit. That's it. That and putting on the sunglasses for his picture with the interviewer was those were weird moves to me.
Yeah, it's all in retrospect, but you can see the pattern of psychopathic grandiosity and the kind of glib, facile way of talking. Like he's not naturally charismatic, but he does have that psychopathic charm, which is you go watch John Wayne Gacy. He has the same thing.
It reminds me. It reminds me a little
man.
bit.
We can. I'm a local guy.
I'm a mover and shaker. Yeah, that whole vibe. It reminds me too of a little tiny bit, I guess, of when people talk about Arthur Lee Allen, kind of had that mover and shaker vibe to him too. And it was, obviously nothing was ever put on him specifically, but
maybe it was a child molester.
Right.
Convicted child molester. Well, was he convicted? Yeah. I think he was.
He was a convicted child molester. Yeah, he lost his job and went to prison for that.
Nicholas Fairchaw, the same neighbor, said, I wasn't surprised at all, I guess in square brackets, that he was a serial killer because of all the creepiness.
Sure.
I guess you have to believe someone if they say, oh, I thought it was possible. Why not? Yeah. We would cross the street. He was somebody you don't want to approach.
He's a big guy. He is a big, physically large. I'm tall, but he's big. This guy was big. So I get not wanting to approach that, so physically he is a very intimidating guy.
Disagreeable too, though. I have more quotes here. A lot of people saying, he could be really intense and forceful, which once again, that's something you see as psychopaths. I mean, if you're looking at the 5-factor model of personality, the disagreeableness is like the most strong psychopathic factor.
Yeah.
When Chris comes too, I want to actually talk about potentially him having the obsessive compulsive personality disorder, which I believe that BTK and Russell Williams also had. I think there might be something with that in sexual sadism. Okay, let's see.
This is a good quote here. I'm surprised a guy with looking over his shoulder would consent to a video interview. But again, that goes back to the idea of like, I want eyes on me kind of thing. And it's an international publication that was doing it. It wasn't specifically an American publication, even though it did live on YouTube. I imagine that it got more video hits within the past 2 days than it did in the entire year that it was up. So it is kind of surprising, but I get it.
Can also, your attitudes to those things can be shaped by other things going on in your life too, right?
Oh yeah.
I've had times of intense paranoia and anxiety where I just like hide from the world, and then a couple things change and it's like, yeah, sure, I'll go on a TV show.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Cheryl Lombardi from the hood, I guess, said, I never seen anyone come out of that house. We've walked past it for years, and I've always asked myself, when is someone going to fix up that house?
That was actually a thing that I had heard a few times as well
Mhm.
on the streets. Just again using my superhuman ability of eavesdropping, just listening to loud New Yorkers. To be honest with you, but in this case, it was really just I didn't think it. The one thing was they didn't think anybody else lived there. So that kind of leads me to believe that clearly the wife and the kids were almost never there, if ever there, in recent years anyway. And number two, they were surprised that, again, that it was not as well maintained as it was and stuff like that. If you actually, there was that drone footage of the yard. The yard is not that big. The backyard, rather, is not that big. The front yard is also, it goes up to the sidewalk, but there really wasn't a lot of space there either. So it's not a huge parcel of land by any stretch, which again leads me to believe that there may be a basement. There may not be a basement or a crawl space, something like that. That was my interpretation. Because like I said, the people in the Tyvek suits were going in and out with tools, with boxes, stuff like that. And they were going into the backyard, but there was heavier machinery in the backyard digging up the grass.
I don't know if this is at all informative about his second wife, the wife he was with at the time of his arrest, but she's Icelandic and seems to be, she has a passion for comic books and conventions. She has a dormant Twitter account where it's basically all about this.
She
tweeted Elven Maiden.
Yeah, she actually tweeted about an author that I know through other friends who are friendly with him, a guy named Christopher Golden. She tweeted about meeting him at a comic book convention, I guess maybe 10 or 12 something years ago. And he went back and somebody told him about it and he posted it all over Facebook talking about, oh my God, I met this serial killer's wife or whatever. But it doesn't surprise me that, she's into comic book stuff. I'm into comic book stuff. I get it.
Yep. In September 2007, 24 families were ordered to vacate an apartment in Harlem after it was declared unsafe by fire officials. It had been renovated by Huerman. The New York City Department of Buildings Commissioner said they were investigating whether Huerman falsely identified the building as vacant. However, no pattern of false findings or significant disregard for DOB regulations were found.
That's interesting because, if if he's doing a lot of work for the city, he would have to stay on top of stuff like that. So maybe that could just have been a mistake. Maybe something else going on there. Who knows?
Yeah, I imagine if you're in that kind of job, you're just going to walk from one lawsuit to the next. But that brings up something we didn't mention too. This guy was a habitual filer of lawsuits.
Yeah.
So he had like 4 lawsuits for traffic accidents where he said people had hit his cars. And one of them was actually, well, I guess it still is ongoing. I don't think it's going to go through the courts now.
No.
But yeah, I think once again, that says something about that disagreeableness too, right? We all could do that, but who wants that kind of stress, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It looks like we have somebody to add to the stream. I don't know if you want to, though.
Oh, who is it?
Doug Macgregor.
Yeah, Doug's here.
He's early.
Yeah, he's early,
but he is here.
Yeah.
You want to bring him in?
Sure, someone to talk to. We'll just stay away from the.
Let's see if he's there, Doug.
Hey, there he is.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, good. How are you?
Good.
Have you been watching the stream?
What? I came in about 20 minutes ago. I just got home, so I've been doing some of the mapping there.
Okay, so you're going to be able to send me those maps in a PDF so we can go through them?
Hopefully, yeah. Working on it.
Yeah, Doug's a geographic profiler.
Seeing how much I can get in here. So.
Okay, cool. So you're busy.
Yeah, kind of working on it at the moment, so I can either talk while I'm doing that, or I can come back.
We'll let him come back. Yeah, we want 100% of his attention on those maps.
All right, sounds good. I'll see you in a bit.
See you, Doug. It's coming up. Douglas Macgregor, geographic profiler, the Cloyd Steiger homicide detective, Chris Kunkle, who is a forensic psychologist, at 7:00 Eastern time.
I'm looking at the the arrest document, right? I don't know if you want to, maybe we'll take a little bit look at that if you want to.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. I just pulled it up. So we have it here. Here it is. Not the longest document of this kind that I've ever read, but
No.
also remarkably clear, presented with incredible clarity. Kind of outlines everything that you want to know about what he is specifically being charged with. And that, we're talking about Rex Heuermann, but what you will not see here, you see obviously Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, Amber Costello. So you see the 3 out of the 4. And then obviously this is going to be amended to represent, I imagine Maureen will be on here as well. And you have here, and this is one of the more striking things, and this actually caused some, not frustration or anything, but people always kind of say, I would do these lectures and whatnot and talk about the case, and people would always be like, oh, well, this cop was just doing a training exercise with his dog, just happened to be there and found these 3 bodies. And it's like, well, no, that's not. He had heard about the phone call from the girl who disappeared in the area, and he took the dog there as a training exercise to see if he could find anything. And then lo and behold, he found these 3 and then eventually 4.
Well, what was the insinuation there?
I think the insinuation there was, oh, the cops are covering for themselves. And
so they were covering for themselves, so they sent a guy with a dog to find the bodies?
That's what it seemed that people were trying to say. It makes no sense to me. What actually happened makes perfect sense. If this guy would have heard about Shannon Gilbert and been like, hey, you know what? He's got to get some training in anyway. Let's go. Yeah. That makes perfect sense to me.
Probably enjoys the outdoors anyway, walking his dogs. I'm gonna go and do that. I may as well do it around here.
Of course. Yeah. And it's December 11th, 2010. Our Decembers are not notoriously snowy. They're cold, of course. There's some bitter cold, but we don't get snow in December here on Long Island. We get snow in late January, February, March. That's when we get hammered. So it wasn't snowy out really too much at that time. And taking the dog out there would have made sense. I mean, you can see footage of the area at the time. If it wasn't for people wearing jackets, you wouldn't know it was wintertime. So, of course, then, they find bodies over time. Here's sort of similar to the map that you had up before, but sort of, a little more legal, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. It has, the specific feet from the pavement. So here's a good example, right? You have Maureen Brainerd Barnes with 33 feet 3 inches from the pavement. The implication that I had always operated with was if you're putting the bodies into the marsh all at the same general time, she would have been the one dumped first. Maureen, supposedly, based on what I've always read, was heavier than the others, slightly heavier than the others. So that would have tired him out in this case. And then the other ones, as you can see, kind of get a little more progressively closer to the road, even so much so to 22 feet, which is not very far. It almost doesn't feel like 22 feet, honestly, based on having walked it. It doesn't feel like 22 feet at all. And when Josh was talking about before going into the marsh, when I was there were a couple Vice reporters there. And one of the Vice reporters went into the marsh and lost a shoe. That's how thick and how deep and how, difficult to get through this is. I had a hard time walking in it, and I was just like, I'm not gonna keep trying to trudge through this. So I gave up the ghost right away when I was trying to walk into it, but I did try. Then they talk about here the recent investigation. Like I said, this is detailed and outlined quite thoroughly. January 2022, the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office assigned an experienced team of investigators, analysts, and prosecutors. And it tells you what it was made up of: the Suffolk County Police Department, the New York State Police, the Sheriff's Office, and the FBI. The Nassau County Police Department, I believe, would come in later as they started narrowing things down. Because, of course, they're going to be going into Nassau County. It only makes sense that they would have to rope them in. Right? So over 300 subpoenas, a comprehensive investigation, 300 subpoenas, search warrants, and other legal processes to obtain evidence. So here's right here, corresponding to cell site locations for the burner cell phones used to arrange meetings with 3 of the 4 victims. The taunting calls made to a relative of Ms. Bartholomew. 3, a call made to a detective to Ms. Bartholomew's cell phone while looking into her disappearance. And 4, calls checking voicemail on Ms. Brainerd Barnes' cell phone after her disappearance. In addition, he lived in Massapequa Park, where the victims were believed to have disappeared from, and he worked in Midtown Manhattan in the vicinity where the to the sister of Ms. Bartholomew. As set forth fully below, he is believed to be the person under the burner cell phones to communicate with each of the 4 victims prior to the disappearance. So again, this and this, you can find this anywhere. I was able to pull this from the New York Times. The New York Times put this out.
Yeah.
No issue. You can find anybody watching. You can find this.
Yeah, it's
yourself.
a government document. It's all yours.
Yeah. We pay for this kind of thing, right? Like that's where our taxes go. And then again, it goes specifically into the disappearance of each of the 4 victims, or the 3 to 4 victims. There's all 4 of them in here, but this document specifically only outlines 3. Like I said, the other one is added or going this. This is kind of an important one. Part of this, records established that his wife was out of New York for the disappearances of Bartholomew, Waterman, and Costello. And I had one person text me and ask me why that was the case. And it's like, well, they found her hair on bodies. So individuals were wondering, like, well, did she have a part in this?
No. It's her house where they're killed.
Right.
So her hair is all over the house. They're put on probably carpet or whatever where the hair is. And so it's just, it's transferred like that. Happens all the time.
Absolutely.
It's like in the Wayne Williams case, I think that they found dog hair on some of the victims. Yeah.
His dog hair and shag carpeting that only he had, or whatever, that particular kind of shag carpeting and dog or whatever in that area or something like that. Billing records, like I said, this is very comprehensive and it does a good job of showing. So actually, here is the cell phone tower. So here's his office in the city. Less than half a mile away, the victim's phone, right, pinged at 4 Penn Plaza. So that the tower at 4 Penn Plaza pinged his office. If he lived less than half a mile, or I'm sorry, he worked less than half a mile from the cell phone tower, that's kind of dead to rights. It was right there. And again, even though it was 2009, the technology would not have been like it is today. As the technology progressed, and as the FBI certainly, their information technology progressed even further, they would have been able to kind of suss this out pretty quickly once the technology caught up to what they were trying to do, which is, I think, exactly what happened here.
I think that is his main mistake, is using those burner phones. Like you said, you're supposed to use a burner to do something bad, then you get rid of it.
Yep.
What is he thinking keeping them around? You could have got other ones. You could have got a new burner phone.
I think, again, like it kind of goes along with the idea of like keeping a trophy of some kind.
There you go, right? And how 21st century is this? Okay, if there's something we can take from this case, perhaps an attachment, an existential attachment, a sentimentality to cell phones.
You're essentially taking their ability to communicate away.
Yeah.
Let's say he has them at the house, right? And let's say he has like a bowl, like, hey, phones go here, kind of thing. Like no phones while we're doing our thing, whatever. They put the phone in there. That right there is control. That takes away their ability to communicate. And then he holds on to it. That's essentially taking their voice. And maybe even like you can look at it and maybe, and again, I'm getting, I'm not an expert in this sort of thing, but the idea of him then being able to communicate as them possibly is like another idea of like identity assumption or something like that. Could very well be. And again, like I'm not an expert. I would never claim to be, but it's just a thought.
Have you ever heard of the case of Larry Gene Bell in South Carolina in '84? He killed a 17-year-old girl, I think she was, and then he killed Deborah May Helmick, a little blonde girl, and he would abduct them. And I don't know if he called while they were still alive and he was holding them, or after he'd killed them, but he pretended they were still alive, and he would talk to their families and say, oh, I'm going to let her go or whatever, and he'd try and form like a relationship with their families. You can go and listen to those calls. They're and he'd say things like, he'd call one day and he'd say, go here and here and here, God help us all. and just like, lead to the bodies. So I don't know if he was establishing like a fantasy relationship with some of the other victims, or it was just sadism masked as being wanting to let them go. But, involving the families,
It's not unheard of.
no. I don't know what LISK said, though. Do you know what was said on those phone calls to the family?
The one phone call to the sister said something along the lines of, "I'm watching her rot. I'm going to kill her," stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's closer to like telephone scatologia, like dirty phone calls. Of course, it's more than dirt. It's like, black abyss phone calls.
Oh yeah.
But and then did he stick around for their reactions?
That's she said that she talked to him, but she didn't say what she specifically said. And it's actually in the killing season that she talks a little bit about the conversation. But she doesn't specifically say like, "Oh, I'm going to get you," or like, "We're going to find," like, she doesn't have any kind of the Hollywood reaction to how,
Right.
You would see this go.
Yeah.
But she does.
You'd be surprised as hell. You wouldn't have a zinger loaded in the old chamber. You're just like, is this actually happening?
Yeah.
Who are you? Yeah.
And it even says here, between 6:50, and this is the call itself, between 6:50 p.m. and 7:11 p.m., he used Bartholomew's phone to contact her family. And the cell phone towers that it pinged were 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it pinged 4 different towers between 6:46 and 7:05 p.m. And his phone pinged all 4 of them. So around this time, his wife left for Iceland, and all phone activity for Melissa Bartholomew stopped. And then she returned from Iceland, and phone activity for Bartholomew resumed the next day.
Why would that be?
Why would he stop using Bartholomew's phone while his wife wasn't around? And then, unless he put it with his wife's stuff, if he put it in with her material that she flew with to Iceland. So if she leaves on August 10th, right? He makes the call August 5th. Wife leaves August 10th. Stuff stops, right? She comes back August 18th. It picks up again. The only reason for it to stop and start is she doesn't have the phone. He doesn't physically have the phone. Does he strike you as a guy who could control himself if he's already making phone calls to her family?
Well, he certainly did at some point, right? He wasn't always making phone calls to them.
No, for sure.
Yeah,
but then why those 9 or 8 days? Why those specific 8 days while his wife is away? Like,
why would he send it to? I mean, that would be the biggest giveaway, right?
Yeah, but if it's turned off and it's 2009 technology, and it's
why even do it at all?
That's a good question. I don't know.
What if so his wife couldn't have used it in Iceland and it wouldn't picked up, right?
Right.
I'm just wondering, what if he gave his wife here, you can use this while you're in Iceland, but there would have been activity then, right?
Unless she couldn't get it to do anything. I imagine Icelandic cell phone towers would not be able to communicate with ours, so nothing would ping over there. Right? They would probably be using a different band, especially in 2009.
Yeah.
So maybe that's it. Maybe he said, "Hey, take this with you. You can use this to call me." Maybe, I bought this for you to use in Iceland, and then she comes back. "Oh, it didn't work, dummy. You gave me a phone that doesn't work." Oh,
so then he was doing that just for the thrill of thinking that he'd done it, right? Like giving her a piece of jewelry. Yeah. You hear about that serial killers that give their wives like a ring or a necklace, or like, oh, like a coat. Like, don't you look good in your new coat? And it's like, does it belong to that woman I killed?
Right.
So maybe there is an attachment to the phones.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very speculative, but
yeah, we're what is it? What is it that Josh said? Armchair. What was it? Armchair sleuthing, or whatever it was. But yeah, I mean,
but it's a good question as to why it stopped during that period.
Yeah. So she comes back on August 18th, and the phone activity resumes the next day. So August 19th, the phone activity resumes. Here we go. 7:23. He calls. He used the Bartholomew phone to contact her family again. And the Bartholomew phone, which he had, was located in New York City at this time, specifically connected to the cell tower right here. located at 249 West 36th Street, which is about 2,000 feet, a little bit over a half a mile from his then office space. So again, he's in his office, and it's 7:23 at night. He's probably getting ready to hit the train, probably trying to catch like a 7:45 train, maybe 7:30 train, even if he can cover that distance to the train station in that amount of time. He makes one more call, or he's already on his way to the train station, makes the call. August 26th, a male caller used the phone again to contact her family. According to, see, I'd always thought that there were 2 calls. At least here it's telling us that there's 3. He's at less than half a mile away, and it pings the tower at 4 Penn Plaza, which again is less than half a mile away from his then office space. This phone call lasts almost 3 minutes. So I'm guessing that this phone call is probably the one where he's telling her that he's watching her rot, or I killed her, or I'm going to kill her, or whatever. But at this point, she's already dead. So he's just talking trash.
Chris Kunkle's here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. It's all good. Right on time.
All right.
Okay. Well, we both hit it at the same
I
time.
added the wrong person. That was my fault.
No. We both hit it at the same time. So
Okay.
yeah.
You want me to hit it?
I'll add Chris.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
Good to talk to you. It's been a while. I think the last time we discussed the Long Island serial killer case at your place in South Carolina, and we were drinking those fantastic Boss Tweed cocktails.
Yes,
Boss
we were.
Tweed? What are those? What's in a Boss Tweed cocktail?
Oh, tell him you've got to try this.
Oh God, I don't even remember. It's got Scotch, bourbon, and
Brandy.
was it rum? And it might have some absinthe in it. You got to look it up, but it's intoxicating. It's got some lemon in it.
My dad always called me Boss Tweed, so now I have to try one of these.
Okay.
It's damn good. Yeah,
it's pretty damn good.
So LISK has been a bit of a hobby case of yours, Chris, right? When you have the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been interesting being from New York, having lived on Long Island. Being in New York at the time this case broke, it's just been one of those things that's been interesting. And that Atlantic City case too is kind of interesting too, just because the pattern's very similar. That cropped up just about 5 years before, but when the LISK case came up, it just seems so eerily similar.
Eastbound Strangler.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. We didn't talk about that. How did we not talk about that?
I don't know.
So, Chris, I know you know this case quite well. So, I want to get your opinion on a few things, but particularly the behavioral stuff, right? Obviously, I've been having a lot of things popping, reading some of this information. I want to see what you think of them. Why don't you just, for the people watching and listening, tell them what your qualifications are. I mean, beyond just the job title, like what is it that you've done?
Right.
With
your okay.
career?
So I'm a forensic psychologist. It's probably the best way to describe me. But I have a lot of different experience. So I started my career in law enforcement as a forensic scientist, doing crime scene investigation and trace evidence analysis, evidence collection, those types of things. And then moved into the psychology realm. And I've spent most of my career now either treating or evaluating offenders, either violent offenders or sex offenders. I've done a bunch of different, served in a bunch of different roles in that capacity. I've worked in the correctional settings, in states and federal. I've evaluated offenders for their violence risk. I've testified about violence risk assessment. I've served as an expert in a bunch of different states on treatment and evaluation of offenders. My dissertation research was on violence risk assessment and mental illness. So I'm pretty steeped in violence and risk and criminal psychology and the understanding of offense behaviors. And then I've worked on
none of
cold
this
cases
is
too. Yeah.
theoretical for you, Chris. None of it's theoretical. This is something you're dealing with on a daily basis.
Yes. Yeah. All practical, all applied work. Right.
And also, I think you're about to say that you've worked on cold cases with ASOC.
Yeah. I've been working on cold cases with ASOC starting back in 2013. I, of course, worked on homicides and sex crimes dating back to the early, like mid 90s, working in law enforcement. And also I co-founded and helped run the Cold Case Analysis Center at the College of St. Rose in Albany, where we also offer assistance to law enforcement. So I've been involved in a bunch of different cases for a bunch of different reasons. Serial crimes is kind of a niche for me. Certainly when it comes down to serial sexual offending, which really this case falls in that realm, whether he's killing people or not, this guy's a serial sex offender. So, and we know those guys move back and forth between killing and not killing.
Right. So have you got a chance to look at his internet search histories, comments on his behavior? Have you had time to look into any of that? Because I've got it, if not.
Yeah, no, I mean, the last 24 hours I've been driving in a car a lot. So I haven't been able to read a lot. I've been trying to listen to some things to see what's going on with the case. I did some reading today to try and catch up on what's going on. And actually I found I came into the conversation you were having about the period of time where he stopped making the calls and when his wife was away, and then he started making those calls when he came back. And the thing that popped into my mind first was the calls are offense analog behavior. So when he can't offend, he's engaging in behaviors that are close to offending. And then when he has a gap, so his wife's away in Iceland, he's free to offend and access prostitutes and engage in more overt behaviors. So he probably just stopped calling because he was busy doing other things that are way more exciting to him than making those calls.
A lot of people are saying too that he went to Iceland, and that's
okay.
I'm not seeing. I just did a quick search. I didn't find anything that said that. Maybe I'm not looking in the right place, but I'm not seeing anything that says that personally. But let me see if I could put the phone call thing up again.
Yeah. So Chris, a search warrant revealed that the Falk email account he used associated with Burner's cell phone was used to conduct thousands of searches related to sex workers, sadistic torture-related pornography, and child pornography, including, and if you can throw that up, Robert, I'll read it out. Once again, graphic content, everyone, you were warned.
Yeah.
So here's some of his searches. Ready? We've got Mistress, Long Island. Okay, not a big deal. Mature escorts, Manhattan. Okay, getting out there a bit. Girl begging for rape porn. Teen girl begging for rape porn. Pretty girl with bruised face porn. Torture redhead porn. 10-year-old school girl. Hentai plump pussy lips cut off porn. Skinny redhead tied up porn. Short fat girl tied up porn. Tied up and raped porn. Asian twink tied up porn. Tied slave force fed cock. Cum shot and crying porn. Girl hogtied torture porn. 10-year-old blonde hair girl. Chubby 10-year-old girl. Black girl 10 years old. Girl with face beat up. Chubby 10-year-old girl crying. 13-year-old schoolgirl. Age 12 child girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Blonde hair girl young depressed. Teen girl oiled bodies. Preteen girl with makeup, nude slave girls. So obviously I have a lot of takes on that, Chris, but you've seen the whole pedophile thing a million times over.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking?
Well, I mean, clearly this guy's sexually deviant. I mean, and it's a no-brainer that he's engaging in different acts of sadism. He's definitely aroused by seeing people hurt.
Sexual sadism.
Yeah. And his, it's clear his sexual interest, dip into the child realm, which, is probably surprising to some people because this is a guy who's offending against adult females and killing them. But it's not uncommon that these guys will have a plethora of sexual interests that they may or may not cross the line with. But the novelty of the stimulus and it being sexually gratifying is something that they'll pursue in pornography and searches, but they may not engage in it, in real life.
Right. So, I mean, you have mature escorts, right? So older escorts, but then it goes down to specifying a child as young as 10 on multiple occasions. So, I mean, he is pedophilic, right? That's what I'm saying, in that he is
Yeah.
sexually interested in children, but I
Yes.
don't even know if it's preferential. I
No.
remember, Chris, you telling me something we talked about in 2019. You said that I should really think more about hypersexuality and these type of offenders.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually they're seeking a novel stimulus, right? That's more and more deviant. So the more deviant it is, the more arousing it is to them, and it may show up in their offending, or it may show up in their pornography searches, right? It may show up in their cataloged pornography, but they won't necessarily offend, inconsistency with all of their pornography interests or all of their deviant sexual interests. They may offend against who's accessible. Clearly these women were all small. A few of them were 5 feet or even less, about 100 pounds. They could easily be, he's meeting them as escorts. He could be engaging them in role plays, having them role
Right.
play as young girls while he's killing them. So he's kind of not crossing the child line, but he's doing it in role play. And he may eventually get there, right? Or have gotten
Is
there.
it possible that he has some kind of perverse morality where it's like, well, I'm not someone who molests kids, but I do get call girls to dress up as schoolgirls and strangle them, and I do
Yeah.
look at child porn, but that porn's already been made, so I'm just masturbating to it.
Right. Yeah, that's totally possible.
There's also I just read that he was looking at pictures of some of the victims' younger family members as well, trying to sort of track or try to see, get an idea of what they looked like or whatever. It's it's distressing to think like what he may have been thinking regarding his already victims' family members, if that makes sense.
I think he was probably fantasizing about them. Yeah. I was talking about the Larry Jean Bell case, Chris. Do you remember Larry Jean Bell in South Carolina, of all places?
Yeah.
Yeah, where he would build these fantasy relationships with the victims' families over the phone, and he even would sometimes slip up and say the victim's name when he was talking to her sister.
Yeah, and they were very odd, like these very odd, pedantic phone calls. He had this strange cadence when he talked to him. That's a very weird case. But I mean, also the sadist is looking for the reaction. So the phone calls to the sisters is really pretty common. It's just, it was brazen on his part to actually make them, right? I mean, you go back to the Fish case, right? He sends that horrific letter to the family about what he did to their daughter. The sadists want, they want the reaction, right? They want to see people suffer, not just the victim, but people continue to suffer. That's arousing to them. The power they have over everybody, in that situation, it just gives them endless gratification. And that's why I said with the offense analog behavior, if the phone calls stop when the wife's away and we know he's in the country, he's probably offending, right? Because he's getting way more out of torturing someone in person than he is out of the phone calls. But the phone calls will do when wife's at home and he can't get away with it.
So I've got some statements about this guy from people that knew him. I just want to read them out and see if we can build up a little portrait of him. Cool. Really what stood out is his attention to details. He was very knowledgeable, very detail oriented. This is as he's working as an architect. And so intimidating, no. Imposing, yes. Very, very imposing. He's a head above me, very large person. I still remember his handshake when we met. Very strong handshake. It's like you were shaking a very big piece of marble. That's how strong his hand was. Here's a quote from him. I build furniture at home and I still build it in the same exact workshop. I have one tool that's pretty much used in almost every job, and it's actually a cabinet maker's hammer. It is persuasive enough when I need to persuade something. Wow. If one gets the feeling he's dropping a hint there. He was a classmate from back in high school. He used to leave me little love notes in my locker. I was always kind to him. So sad and scary. Someone else said he was very quiet, dark, kept to himself, and extremely intelligent, very smart. Tall, big guy, always well dressed. He was very organized. He was very friendly. I did not see this coming. He's an architect, but his house looks like garbage. That's my favorite quote.
That's kind of the one that always keeps coming back.
Yeah. Someone asked if they were surprised that their neighbor was a murderer. He said, I wasn't surprised at all because of all the creepiness. We would cross the street. He was somebody you didn't want to approach. Someone who worked with him as a property manager in Brooklyn said, a gem to deal with, highly knowledgeable, a big goofy guy, a little bit on the nerdy side, worked long hours day and night. He was very good at shepherding things through. This is pretty telling here. A former president of a Brooklyn Heights building co-op board said he was adversarial with everyone and overly fastidious, which led the board to fire him. Another person in the same housing board said, a really kind of cold and distant person, kind of creepy. There was a swagger. I'm the expert. You're lucky to have me. So you have this guy, I guess I'll stop it there. You have this guy that's described as very detail-oriented, controlling, fastidious, and his house is a mess. Chris, when I put that next to the sexual sadism, I was thinking something like obsessive-compulsive personality disorder. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising that somebody who works in architecture is detail-oriented, right? I mean, it's a very detail-oriented career, but there's also a creative side to it. You know, there's some bit of an isolating side to it, like you're working, you know, in solo in a lot of circumstances. So someone who's not necessarily well received socially is probably happy there. You know, that it sounds like he had this imposing demeanor. Obviously, size is a big part of it. The guy's huge, right? He's described, what, 6'5"?
Described as an ogre.
Yeah, he's kind of pot belly, big head, like big face from the pictures I've seen. You know, kind of large, flowy hair. He looks like he could probably shapeshift, though. Like he looks like if he was, you know, when you see guys and they get booked, and obviously he was in the turtle suit, I could see to prevent suicide. But in the one picture I saw online, but he looks disheveled, and when you get that big imposing person disheveled, he looks a lot scarier. And then you see him in the picture in the suit standing on the street in New York City, and he just kind of looks like a nerdy, kind of, you know, unimposing guy.
There's,
you know, kind of
some people were kind of intimating that he was wearing a wig in those pictures. I don't know how true that is. You know, again, I'm no expert in wigs, but some people were saying like that, you know, that's not his real hair, that you could see when they were walking him out. It looked, I don't, you know, so it, like you mentioned, the idea of him looking different. If there's an element of him possibly not wearing the wig all the time, that would be a complete change in physical appearance. But again, it's so hard because we just don't know 100% yet. You know, I've seen mugshots and stuff like that where the guy does have a wig on. Like they let him put his, you know, that's part of it. But again, I just don't know. But also, like, in hearing him described that way, and again, like I'm a teacher, I work with kids. Some of those traits sound to me like there's maybe a level of neurodiversity going on, possibly. Some of those things sound a little bit like that, and going into this kind of field, detail oriented is part of that. Working, you know, alone is part of that. Having control over what it is that you are working on is part of that. And I'm not saying, you know, that's anything. It just, there's some alarms maybe there, not alarms in a negative way, but in a connective way.
His wife likes comic books and comic book conventions and calls herself Elven Maiden. So it's kind of, once again, it's floating in that autism zone, arguably. I don't know, right?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's not surprising, right? Given his career, given how people describe him.
Yeah.
But I was thinking like a Dennis Rader, BTK, right? He comes across as someone who has like an obsessive compulsive personality disorder component, bondage, really on people, controlling, and also someone that want to interact with potential victims. Like he'd leave notes for people who were supposed to come home so he could kill them, and then he missed them. So there's like a type of terrorizing of the community going on there. Another one that
Mhm.
stuck out to me is Russell Williams. Once again, is kind of like a very clean, pristine military man, detail oriented, bondage, that kind of thing. Is this? Can you see him potentially being in a group? Is there something about like sexual sadism and that type of personality, Chris?
This case kind of screams of potential group, right? But some part of that is, I think, clouded by the Shannon Gilbert investigation.
Yeah,
because there seems to be the possibility of many people involved in her case that night, and whether that's an accidental death or a homicide is still disputed in some respects. But that case kind of clouded everything else from the beginning. If you just look at the Gilgo 4, which is really what he's being prosecuted for, that seems like a very tight cluster of victims. It seems well defined and seems that it would be a single offender. But if you start to relate and look at the other cases, if those cases are related, then you start to think group, or you definitely start to think, it's more than one offender. The other cases, the other unsolveds, just don't seem as linked to me to those four. Those four always seemed like a very tight cluster to me.
Yeah. So this is the argument for it, I think. He starts off, he's more paranoid. He's way more aware of like, man, I just killed someone. I got to get away with it. I've got to dismember them and put the parts over here. And then as time goes on and they're getting found anyways, he's going, hey, I did all that work and they still got found. And what if I killed one and didn't do that? And then it doesn't, meet with any less success in a way. Do I mean
Right.
that? Less success. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, then he just goes, well, why am I doing all that work? I'll just leave him without dismembering them.
Yeah, it's dismemberment is, and it's weird because the dismemberment almost wasn't necessarily to obscure the investigation. It was almost like an ease of disposal. Usually if you're dismembering, you're not going to find the dismembered parts with the torso unless you're dismembering for sexual gratification, and then you just put everything together. Right. But to go from that to not doing it is, it seems like the Gilgo 4 were cleanly strangled and then placed in burlap, wrapped and buried or dumped.
Did you see the news about the burlap? It wasn't burlap socks.
Oh.
No, it was, and they could have told us this because they let everyone down the wrong path. But it was camouflage burlap strips, like from hunting, that was used to disguise the camouflage bodies,
like on a ghillie suit, I guess, something like that.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, because that brings up a whole different set of potential suspects, or
He was a duck hunter.
The duck hunting, yeah, like
right.
what Josh was saying before about the duck hunting, about the him being told like there was something on the burlap. I can't tell you what it is, but there was something about the burlap, and that something turned out to be camouflage.
Yeah. It shows like issues with profiling, right? Because there's so many things that are saying blue collar worker, blue collar worker, blue collar worker, and it's like, no, architect in Manhattan, but he likes to work with tools and stuff on his downtime.
And he likes the duck hunt. Yeah.
That's the thing about this too that kind of bothers me, saying blue collar worker. Blue collar worker can't afford to live at Gilgo Beach.
Right.
Blue collar worker, not on Long Island, guys. Blue collar worker can't afford a house in Massapequa Park. It just doesn't happen unless you've got the dual income. It just doesn't happen. So like to say blue collar worker, not going to work around here. There is no blue collar here.
Well, and a lot of people thinking burlap, we're looking at Vitroff, right? Because he killed and disposed women in Manorville, and he was a landscaper, right? So you immediately think that's the guy, right? When you hear burlap.
And also fishermen.
So
people
it really
forget.
just leads. Yeah.
I have this. I just pulled this up for you guys. I just wanted to sort of share this. This is sort of from the area of Gilgo Beach to Manorville. So it's about a 44-minute drive as of right now, right?
Yeah.
So
44 minutes,
I mean, it's
unless
not
you take the LIE, right?
right. Yeah, exactly. But it's Manorville's a very different area than Gilgo Beach, and with remains being found there, totally. I mean, as you can see, it's landlocked, for example, but it's also where the remains were found so dramatically different than where they were found at Gilgo. So I just wanted to kind of throw that. I don't know if people watching knew the distance or whatever, because Josh and I were talking about Manorville and Gilgo and stuff before, and we're talking about it a little bit now. I just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
Chris, what do you think the likelihood that this guy has digital images of the victims and potentially video recordings are? Because given his penchant for porn and use of technologies, and the fact that it was done in his own house, and that he's a sexual sadist, and he exhibits likes to exhibit control over his victims, I'd be so surprised if there wasn't anything like that.
I think it's pretty high. It's just a matter of how well he hit it, right? I mean, it seems he spent some time with them, right? Why, if you're just going to kill them, why contact an escort, right? He could have scooped up a prostitute off the street. So he was looking for somebody he could get and isolate and spend some time with.
That is specific morphology too, right? Like that petite. Yeah.
And given the time frame, it seemed like he approached his offending almost like affairs, right? So like his wife's out of town, so now he can go ahead and act on all of these urges he has. But as soon as she comes back, he's good. He'll just fantasize and live his lifestyle. I think
he was still
control it.
He was still using escorts though recently. So one of the reasons that they moved on him maybe quicker than they wanted to is that he was still engaged in that behavior quite often. I mean, guy's 59 now.
Yeah.
And so that's another question, Chris. With this type of offender, when do you think that he begins? Because a lot of this is being challenged, like with what Vronsky's figuring out with Richard Cottingham, is that Cottingham started, I think, when he was like a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
So
the fantasizing started. Yeah. The fantasizing usually starts, puberty or slightly later, right? It's not something that starts, at least it starts to escalate from there. It may not start as dark and awful as it becomes, but the deviance starts early. And especially when it persists like this and when it becomes this severe, it usually starts in the teenage years.
Very early.
where we're not sure, and then it just takes a turn. So this guy's right, he's 59. So
59.
Born in 64. So when he's a teenager, that's like mid 80s, late 80s. So he would have had to access pornography in different ways. Yeah. He lived close to New York City, so he may have had more.
Well, there you go.
Right?
Yeah, Times Square before.
Yeah, Times Square, right? It always comes.
Well, that's an interesting question, right? I mean, is that an echo from the Cottingham case? Like Vronsky's talked about Whitechapel under neon, right? There's bins of violent and degrading and otherwise strange porn, and did he go through that world, and did he take some of it home with him?
Yeah, I've talked to several sexual sadists that were in Times Square, in the 70s, early 80s. That was the heyday. And they could access all of that stuff. So nowadays, obviously, a lot of it's online. So that speaks to where his offending may have gone, where his fantasizing may have gone. It's, specifically over the last 13 years, obviously he's being investigated, and he probably got pretty spooked by the attention the case got. So that'll make you go dormant, or at least move if if you could. But that's where, with the more mobile offender, he may have gone offended somewhere else. But this guy's pretty established in his lifestyle. He has kids. He's married. He's got a pretty important job, and people rely on him. So he's not able to just jump off and go offend.
I'm curious if
he's under investigation. So
I'm curious if financial records will indicate payments to any other kind of like sites that people like us don't 100% know about, where he has access to some of these more darker things that he could somehow come across. You know what I mean? Like that the average public wouldn't have access to, or if he's paying for certain services through some sort of back channel. You know, because obviously Craigslist, you can't just go on Craigslist and find an escort as easy as you could back then. So how else would he then now go about doing it unless he's working specifically through an agency that he's not affiliated with, but has connections to in some way? You know what I mean? Be interesting to see how all that shakes out over time.
I'd like to bring Detective Cloyd Steiger in. When was the last time you talked to Cloyd, Chris?
Oh, in person when you guys were here last. Virtually, what's up, Cloyd?
You're good. How you doing, Chris? Good to see you.
Good.
Open your
You too,
your blinds a little if you can, Cloyd. We just got you in silhouette.
You don't think it'll make it worse?
I don't know.
Let me turn this way.
You aren't there.
There we go. There we
you
go.
go.
There we go. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
You've been following this stuff?
Yeah, I've been on at least before Chris came on. So yeah, heard all that stuff. It's
Thoughts? You've done a lot of investigations with cell phones, right? This is where
I mean, that's low-hanging fruit, right? Once you know the number, then everything's easy. You know, finding the number is the hard part, but once you find it, then it's easy. I mean, it's like you can show where they've been, where they are, anything, you know, the calls they made, the texts they made, all that's easy.
What's amazing is we were saying that he didn't throw these burners away. Like, that's the point of having a burner, is that you use it, you get rid of it, and you don't ever use it again.
These guys are stupid.
Well, is it that, or is it that he has an attachment to it?
Well, that may be. I mean, maybe the cell phones remind him of the cases, but really you're attached to this phone. You can go spend $40 to get a new one, you know?
Yeah, but it's attached to the murder, right? It was the phone.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's like you could go get a new piece of rope, but that's the rope that tied her up and killed her.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right.
So we were saying, Cloyd, and Chris, I'd like your take on this too. I mean, it's great that this task force solved this in like a year of being on it, approximately. But going back to like, what was it, 2010, 2011, we have a description of the suspect as being 6'5". He drives a green pickup truck, and all of the cell phones of the victims stop in Massapequa Park. Right. So what I'd like to think I would do with that information, I mean, when you put it all out there, it's obvious, and it's buried in all other information, right? But you'd think that you'd go to Massapequa Park and look for green pickup trucks, and here's the kicker, driven by a very tall person.
Right. You know, I was at a conference in New York, homicide conference in early 2000 teens, and there were detectives that were working this case were there, and I talked to them, you know, and they were all Long Island guys, Suffolk County guys, and you know, and I knew, back then I thought this will be solved shortly, you know, because you just can't do this anymore without leaving forensic evidence. Yeah. So it took a little longer. Of course, the fact the guy's not in CODIS, so they had to do. I presume they did genealogy in this case, and then genealogy on the wife with the hair, and then him. So that's what took a little longer. But you know, it's amazing. I'm sure, you know, he's charged with those 3 or 4. You know, he did more than that. He probably did all the rest. It's, you know, geographically right there. He's geographically very close to the victim's scene, unless there's a copycat that's dumping bodies there too. But you know, you don't need to prosecute all of them, because if you get 3 or 4 of them, he's done, right?
Yeah, those earlier victims are dismembered though, and then there's more ethnic minorities among them. So that,
yeah, maybe he just changed his MO. You know, that's the thing. I mean, or that, or he's the copycat. They were dipping him down there, and he thought, well, I can jump onto this bandwagon and go down there. So, you know, these guys, they do, like, they don't necessarily stay the same MO the whole time. They'll change and adjust and things like that.
That's the difference between MO and signature, right? It's right. No matter how much you try and teach people this concept, they still keep missing it. It's like the MO is how they do it. It's not what they want to do. Right. Right. Yeah. The signature is what they want to do. Right. So that's going to stay pretty
more subconscious, almost, you know.
Well, there'd be no point in doing it if they didn't torture the women, right? That here, torture is the signature. I would imagine bondages too,
right? Yeah.
Right? Maybe some other elements,
right?
Yeah.
So that'll evolve. You'll see the torture become more complex. You might see mutilation creep in there, and mutilation become more extensive.
Yeah.
That's what's gratifying him sexually. So of course that stays more static. But like I was saying with Cottingham, what Peter Vronsky figured out,
Right.
Cottingham's like going into people's houses in the middle of the day and killing women.
Right. Yeah.
You never would have thought that
That's
by
the
looking
skill.
at those first 6 victims.
No, you don't,
Right.
because that's they change. Like I said, there's no doubt this guy killed more than the 4 that he's charged with, but it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter whether the other ones on that beach or ones that haven't been found yet, or murders that they think are completely unrelated. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it's good for the closure. The families know what happened, but other than that, it doesn't matter because this guy is done. Presuming they have the goods, and I'm sure they do. Like they have DNA, they got the hairs, they got, and then all the searches you were talking about. I mean, come on, and all the weird stuff, and it's because sometimes it's like he was a quiet man, his neighbors said, and pretty much kept to himself. That's the standard. Although some neighbors said this guy was a creep. I didn't want my kids anywhere near him. So that's the difference in this case.
So, Chris, do you know that they found a child-sized doll in
I
his
saw that
house?
today, yeah.
That was like
No.
just before I jumped on
No.
here. That was the big bit of news that jumped
No,
out.
I
So,
didn't see
In a
so,
glass
you,
case.
so do you want to tell them about the child-sized doll? Because some people are saying that's not a big deal, but I know you think what I think with the. And not a child doll, a child-sized doll.
Yeah.
Right. And so, I mean, part of it is he does have kids, right? So there are sometimes those things in houses, right? But at the same time, looking at his porn history that you pulled up, Lee, it was probably an element used for fantasy.
Right. A surrogate.
And if it wasn't, it would have been.
A
Right,
surrogate
that's
for a child. Probably not actually attracted to mannequins. That's Pygmalionism. Well, you never know, but probably not, because then he'd have more of them, I think. But
Right. Yeah.
I want to molest kids. I can't, or I can't often, and so I'll get this. And we talked about with the victims being all petite, and perhaps Cloyd, I would like to know what you think of this. It's got all these petite victims, and they have been like almost stand-ins for children.
Yeah, maybe. And also the other thing is they're not physically difficult for him as a huge man to control. And the other interesting thing about this doll is it's not just a doll found in his house; it's in this case, almost coffin-like.
It is.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing that amazed me when I read it. So, yeah, but again, it's easy he can, with one hand, control these small women, right? And they're not going to be able to take. He's a big man. He's tall, and he's like I said, he's an ogre. That's how he was described early on, and so. That's one thing, but maybe it's because it fits his ideal victim, the petite little. Maybe he is substituting them for children because he obviously had pedophilic feelings, like you said. But it's a lot easier to get a prostitute or a escort who is small than to pick up a child.
And like we said before, that's how the neighbor Gus Coletti described Shannon Gilbert in the phone call. If Shannon Gilbert is connected to this,
Right.
He literally described her as a little girl.
Right. Yeah. And that was his thing.
I wonder how large his wives are.
I saw a picture of the Icelandic one. She didn't look that small, but I don't know.
Yeah, there was that picture of her from her Twitter, her abandoned Twitter or whatever. She looked average height.
Yeah.
You
Then
got to wonder.
fantasizing about killing her, right? It's just like Gary Ridgway. He had a wife, and that was
covered.
different.
Covered.
Yeah.
I wonder what this says. Okay, if we do like a deep psychological excavation of this guy, maybe the whole root of his sexuality and his sadism is this insecurity, right? If you look, it says he was picked on in school. He was bullied, though he sometimes fought back. He was this nerdy person. Obviously, he's not a charismatic individual.
Right.
He certainly tries, but he's and so you got to wonder, like at a very young age, was this someone that was like dreadfully insecure, and their sexuality developed on the lines of power, and having having power and dominance over small people. Chris, what do you think of that? Is there anything to that?
No, I mean, there could definitely be something to that. We won't necessarily know the development of it, but that's certainly a developmental trajectory that you can put them on. It seems like there was definitely some insecurity, given the notes on the locker, this kind of quiet, unassuming, but then could be intimidating in certain situations type guy. So yeah, he's gonna probably get more gratification sexually from being powerful, having smaller victims. That's probably where, it starts in the pedophilic realm, but then he acts out with prostitutes. He starts engaging in role play, and that's satisfying, but he wants to take it further, and eventually he strangles one of them to death. And then he has to figure out what to do with it.
I guess you got a picture of him straddling that little doll with his hand around its throat, like Joachim Kroll. Okay, here's a blast from the past. A West German serial killer from the 70s, and he had a mannequin that he would strangle with one hand and masturbate in the other. I'm trying to remember if it was a child-sized mannequin, but he was also attacked and molested and killed kids, but women too. Ooh, that's a good reference.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Shawcross too. Shawcross went from murdering children to women. It was always strangulation.
Sex workers too.
Yeah. Right.
In New York. Right?
Yeah, upstate. Yeah. Chris's territory. Genesee River.
So is this just a psychopathy, Chris? I mean, I remember reading some academic papers back in the day where victims of psychopaths were more versatile, sexual victims of psychopaths. So there was like rapists. There's more rape and child molestation among the victims of psychopaths than other non-psychopathic populations.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem like a traditional psychopath, right? Like, there's not a lot of indications that there was any other criminal behavior. He's
stealing
probably
clementines.
Yeah, he's he doesn't even seem like a high factor 2 guy, right? With all the personality traits, they just don't seem to be there. He seems more of a controlling, more of a BTK type, right, where he's living what's seemingly a normal lifestyle. There's people who trust him, and they wouldn't even question that this guy could be suspected of doing horrible things like this. And others will say, yeah, the guy was creepy, but I mean, it's hard for me to say because I think everybody's a potential offender, so it doesn't really I'm never going to be surprised anymore by anyone, but after doing this shit for 30 years, it's hard not to do that.
It's funny when you say that. A question literally just came in as you were saying that. Aren't they all insecure?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a deep psychoanalytical, non-scientific philosophy of it. But Eric Fromm, you know this, Chris?
Yeah.
This idea that healthy people understand that there's a degree of risk in life. You get in a relationship with somebody, you risk having your heart broken. You get in a job, you risk being fired. Risk, but you accept that risk. And then you make the best of your life, and you become like a pro-social, a biophilic person. People that can't accept that risk become obsessed with control. If I have enough control, I can get all the risk away. And in a political level, this can develop with like authoritarian regimes, right? Like Hitler is the classic case. He seemed to have like this kind of necrophilus, not necrophilic, but like this pathological problem with risk in his own personal psychology. There's rumors of him being sadistic and such, but then also he runs the country like that. And so when people pathologize risk and can't come to terms with it, it can turn into like sadism, masochism, and then farther down the scale, necrophilia, and then cannibalism. Like I don't even want my sexual partner outside of me, I want them in me. So it's like I don't want to have any agency, like they can't move, they're restrained, and then I can't even deal with that. I need them dead, and then I need them inside me. So I mean, something you can't scientifically prove, but that's the psychoanalytic theory, and I keep coming back to it because there just seems something about evil And there's something weak about evil like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, and there's even something not evil about evil, right? To me, I think we've created this picture that all offenders must be these monstrous, psychopathic, unforgiving, unforgivable creatures. And in reality, they're walking amongst us every day. They control it sometimes they don't. They only let you see the person that they want you to see. That's the case I've been pretty deep in is the Israel Keys case. And, he's basically said, or he said during his interviews, there's no one who's ever known me or ever will know me, and basically telling the police, you're never going to know all the details. He told them, these are my crimes. You're never going to ever know everything because they're specific to me and I own them and I'm never going to tell. So even they have that type of control. Like we want to think they're these uncontrolled werewolves, right? It's just all vampires and werewolves, but in reality, it's people.
Yeah, in fact, it's almost a strange amount of control. Like people fuck up, right? Their bad sides. They have too much to drink, and they make a horse's ass out of themselves, or they cheat on their wife, or whatever it is. You see the flaws in other people. But like for someone like Keys, no one ever sees that side of me or Raider, right? It's like the perfect split. It's almost too perfect.
Yeah. Yep. And when you listen, and sometimes these offenders, they get into a situation where they're underestimating the arousal, right? And I think that's really what happened with the Samantha Koenig case is Keys underestimated how aroused he was going to be in that situation. And he kept going further than he wanted to. And he found himself in a very interesting situation with a body in his shed and leaving for a cruise the next day. Like he had all the skill sets and he was able to get away with it, until he started traveling around the country and making, ATM withdrawals and starting to draw attention to himself. But in the moment, when you hear those interviews, he was really just underestimating what that situation was bringing to the table. And he just kept taking it, further and further. So, I mean, you see that with offenders, they have all the controls in their life. They're not a drinker. They're not using drugs. So they don't slip up. They're not the ones that we tend to catch because they're able to control the situation. They're only going to act when the situation's perfect.
So that's the thing. Some of the worst serial killers, or let's say the most successful as far as body counts and getting away with it, are below the 30 cutoff for psychopathy. Because once you're above that 30 cutoff for psychopathy, necessarily to get that score, you have to be impulsive, you have to be irresponsible, thrill-seeking to like these ridiculous levels. You have a criminal history. The more successful ones we see, like BTK, David Parker Ray strikes me is another one. I don't think they ever found any of the bodies for him. They're in the 20s, but they don't quite get to that 30. And like 30 and above, that's where you're getting like 35 and above. That's like Richard Ramirez and Clifford Olson, where it's like, well, everyone knew he was this criminal. He was constantly committing crimes and driving around drunk and on drugs. They just kept letting him out of prison for some stupid reason.
Yeah, like the Richard Allen Davis, right? The guy just in every situation is just deplorable criminal, deplorable person. Everybody that comes, in contact with him, wives, girlfriends, jobs, like everybody, this guy's just a piece of shit. And then, he just happens to be getting away with things because he lies and he runs away and he gets out of situations.
The system makes stupid decisions about people like him.
Right.
Yeah.
Do we want to bring in Doug Macgregor? He said he's good to go.
Yeah, bring Doug in. I'll start getting Doug's maps up. Is there any questions or comments for Chris or Cloyd?
I'm not seeing any in the chat right now. Just some people still talking about the Iceland thing we were talking about before. The insecure comment that we put up there before, but I'll bring Doug in. There he is.
Okay, Doug, you sent me some maps to my email, right?
I just sent you one.
You sent me one. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll get that up. Is it a PDF?
It's a JPEG. I couldn't convert it to PDF.
Okay, I can't put it up unless it's a
PDF.
PDF. Yeah.
If you send it to me, I can make it into a PDF really quick.
Yeah,
Send
there
it to me
you
on
go.
Twitter.
So Doug's here. He's a geographic profiler. There's obviously a strong geographic element to this, not just with the bodies in the house, but with the cell phones. I mean, we have you seen this before, Cloyd, where you have an offender who's using the cell phone after the victim's dead?
Yeah, I haven't seen it personally, but I've read of it. Yes.
Okay, and so it's kind of interesting because they noticed that the burner phone and his phones were, when they were active, they were like always in the same place.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah,
It's we call in the business a clue.
yeah. You just think that would have occurred to him. Like if they ever look at this, they're going to see that. Why would I do that? Even if it means just leaving your own phone at home or something for sometimes.
Yeah, but he has to answer if his wife calls or something, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take some comments while Doug gets ready, Robert.
Sure. Yeah. I'm just checking the email because I know it's coming through.
Okay,
Yeah. Argument to be made from Facebook user. Argument to be made. High psycho score arrest surprises no one.
Yeah. There you go.
Then a little praise for the presentation so far. So
Oh, thank you.
yeah, nothing.
Yeah, not bad for something we just threw together, right? We had I had like 24 hours to get this together.
Pretty good. I'm just downloading the map right now. I'll make it into a quick PDF and then we'll put it up.
So I don't know if I got a question from Chris and Cloyd. What I was saying about, like, you have tall guy driving green pickup truck, victims all kind of go dark in Massapequa Park. Why does it take this long? Am I just being too picky? Am I being unrealistic?
No, you'd think they'd have alerts out to the patrol officers in that area to look for these green pickups, and maybe they did. Maybe there were so many that they were just having to trudge through them because that's that's one of the things you do. Or looking for this green pickup. Of course, that's not saying they don't necessarily know that this guy lives in that area. He just dumps bodies in that area or picks up girls in that area. But
no, all of the victims' cell phones went dark for like the final time in Massapequa Park.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
So, where do you think the place that they're most likely?
Yeah, they should be looking there, and they should be looking for those
for the green pickup truck driven by the ogre, right?
You would think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in a lot of these cases, you look back at them and you think, oh, they should have done this, they should have done that. You speculate why they didn't, and sometimes they just didn't think of it.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah. It's frustrating,
Yeah.
but it's the reality of it. It's
Well, also there's probably a lot of other false information they're getting too, right? So we've just pulled that out of.
Sure, there are. Now that we know the answer, it's easy to go back and look at the other things that pointed to it. But there are thousands and thousands of other tips that are all in this. Most of them have nothing to do with these cases.
Yeah, I mean, drinking from a fire hose, right? I mean, that's the.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I had cases all the time that were big, high-profile cases, and get thousands of tips. And of those, 5 would be having to do with the case. But you have to weed through that and separate the wheat from the chaff, right?
Well, that's the thing, Cloyd. I mean, you did solve those cases, right? You've successfully, you've been a part in 2 successful serial homicide cases.
Right, but it was not easy. I mean, it's a bitch. You have to have somebody else screening the tips and then dividing them up, and then only the best tips come to you. But what the thing is, what I found, and it happened over and over, not just serial cases, but in other high-profile cases, if you get the same tip from 2 completely separate sources, you have to look at that, right? Because you get multiple people calling about the same guy, and most of the time that ever happened, that was the guy, but they're coming from different people. When I started going, I already read this tip once, and I realized, it's not the same caller. That's the guy you got to look at.
when that's what happened when I heard this guy's name a few years ago. Is I heard it from 3 different people, but then again, I heard other names multiple times too.
Right.
So it was like, well,
Yeah.
where's the smoke? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But those are the ones you prioritize, right? When you get
Yeah.
the same one over and over.
I mean, I'm amazed. We'll take on a case at the Cold Case Center at St. Rose, and the amount of activity we get from a case just by organizing the file, right?
Right.
And analyzing
Right.
all of the information that's there really kickstarts things, because you're starting to look at it from a different perspective. And it's not even a different perspective. It's just the information's cataloged. You can access it more easily, and you're starting to you can start to see some patterns when you do it that way, rather than in the live investigation, things are just flying at you 100 miles
And
an
you
hour.
know, a lot of these, like Chris, a lot of these cold cases are not organized at all. They're just single sheets of paper, one after another. And so nobody has really looked at the big picture. They're just writing the reports, throwing it in a box. And until you take it apart and, make it organized, you're right. And then you go, hey, wait, this guy said this and this guy said that, and it sounds right. But that's in the old days, they didn't do it that way. They just did one thing at a time and never followed up on stuff.
Yeah. Or they don't even have the resources to do it, right?
Exactly.
You add in interns and students, and even some of the web sleuths that are out there, right? They're just cataloging information. They're able to consume all that information. They're motivated. They don't have another investigation going on, right? They decided to devote their free time to
It's cool to them. Yeah. It's not one of 30 cases they're working. So
Got Peter Vronsky is in a bit early. Should I throw him up? Peter, do you want on?
Sure, show him up.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How's everybody doing? Good to see you
Peter,
guys.
good to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Peter.
So we're gonna look at some of the geographic elements of the case, and I'll stay on. Everyone take off whenever you want to. Peter, I thought, as someone who's looking into the Cottingham cases in Long Island, and finally getting to clear some of those, you're the perfect person to end this evening with, because you maybe can give it some historical context and.
Yeah, from Cottingham to Rifkin to the LISK, although Rifkin was kind of leaving his victims in New York, mostly in around the city. But same geography, different time periods, similar victims. Cottingham's kind of geographic anchor was about 1.3 miles away from the current suspect. Does it mean anything? Absolutely nothing. But, you have these multi-dimensional aspects to the terrain. And certainly there are... geographical patterns in behavior that all these perpetrators have, of course. And this is going to be fascinating looking at this now, because it's like he's wearing a collar with these cell phones and his own cell phone and the victim's cell phone and then the burner cell phone. I had these discussions with Cottingham. He was telling me how probably he would have to stop with cell phones. That once that technology would come in, that it would be very hard for him to do, he said, the things he did. But apparently not. But not that this guy was necessarily concealing his cell phone use. It's interesting. Kind of, you left a slime like a snail. Yeah.
No, digital slime. About ready to go, Doug?
Yeah, absolutely. Just
Okay, so
listening. Everything's fascinating.
Doug Macgregor is a geographic profiler. He always, whenever I ask him, he graciously does some analysis. So, like I said, a lot of geography in this case. Doug, you want to take us through it?
Sure. I only had time to put together the one map today. It's not very complex. It's just more or less a visual for the listeners. Was kind of stuck at the zoo a little too long with my kids today.
That's actually nice. I'm glad you were stuck at the zoo. I've been doing this all day.
Feeding deer carrots. So just quickly, I also wrote down a bunch of points here, and I'll go through them. Lee asked me to come on yesterday, so my knowledge going in is my background knowledge of the LISK case, which isn't as complex as some of the others here, and I've gone through the bail application, the 32-page bail application as well. So I pulled some stuff off that. So just quickly, this image up, it just shows 3 activity areas of the accused. The area around his residence on Long Island, Midtown Manhattan, where his office building was, and then his other, what I assume is the other family residence in Jersey, because they've owned that basically the same amount of time as they've owned the one over that he's currently at.
Is that confirmed now? They found this place in Jersey?
Well, what I did is I just pulled it off open source information offline and off an address search, and it says on there that he's owned it. Well, I can pull it up here.
This is the second time you've done this.
Yeah.
Where he's found a second residence of a perpetrator or suspect just by typing it into the internet.
So it says that he's owned it from September 1990 to right now, July 2023.
Where in New Jersey is that?
North Brunswick Township, New Jersey, Huron Road.
That's where he got married, Brunswick.
So, yeah, and from the application, I guess his wife went there during one of the murders to Jersey somewhere. So I assume it's that residence.
Wow.
Anyway, little speculation there, but I'm just going to kind of put 2 and 2 together. So that's another area of activity that I would also look into possible victims in that area as well.
Yeah, he got married to his first wife, an executive at an office supply company, in 1990, and that was in Brunswick, and then that property pops up. There you go. That's it.
There you go. That's it right there. I have the actual address, but I won't say it out loud here.
Okay. Yeah, but we know about it. They must know about it. I wonder if the search is there.
I'm sure they do, and he has other addresses that are associated with him as well. I have that other one in there in the on Long Island that he was associated with back in 2018.
What's the location on that one?
Freeport, New York, in June.
In Freeport.
So he used that as an address at one point. He also
you have him in Massachusetts as well.
I didn't find him in Massachusetts, but he has an address in Vegas that he used as well. That looks like on Tropicana Avenue or something like that.
I've got him in Massachusetts. I got him in Freeport.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you just find a property in Massachusetts, Peter? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, I'm North Reading, Massachusetts.
Okay, well, okay.
So he's moved around a little bit, and I'm sure if you pull up his wife, there's some other addresses as well. There usually is, maybe not, but so those 3 areas, just in the New York, Jersey area, kind of highlight his activity areas. Obviously, the one on Long Island is where the 3 victims were. All of them was their. Well, I'll say Waterman and Costello was their place last seen. And then and Bartholomew was her last known position, just based on traveling from Midtown to Massapequa. Is that how we pronounce it?
Massapequa Park. Yeah.
Massapequa Park. Okay. So that was her last known position. The red polygon in there just kind of shows, just from an investigative standpoint, your convex hull where you kind of focus your initial investigation, and lo and behold, he's right in there. Whether you include Gilgo Beach as the dump site into that convex hull or not, his residence is still in there. What else in there? So obviously in Midtown Manhattan, the just key points there is his office, the last known or the place last seen of Bartholomew, and another apartment complex in there that he had some issues with. Some legal issues with that he was involved in as well, but that's kind of it's not really important because obviously he had a lot of dealings architecturally in there as well. So just before I go, some points I kind of put together. I was looking through the bail application, and it looks like Suffolk County and the other contributing partnership law enforcement agencies. They did a good job mapping. Just for the listeners, every major law enforcement or medium law enforcement agency, they generally have a crime mapper. Somebody specializes in GIS, and they've done a good job mapping out the cell phones, where the individuals lived, all that kind of stuff. Any GIS system, you can do it. I like Google Earth and ArcGIS, but you can use anything, any number of systems. So they've done a good job there. And as a geographic profiler myself, obviously my mainstay is GIS and mapping, but then I take it one step further with the geographic profiling. And for everyone out there, the difference is from a law enforcement standpoint is that the mapping can be used as circumstantial evidence, as it is being used here. We look at the cell phone analysis. There's a lot of strong circumstantial evidence that they can use in court, where the geographic profiling part is more behavioral, and it can be used. It's more for investigative direction. So it's more on the investigation side and for law enforcement.
Yeah, so it's not going to mean much in court.
No,
but to guide the investigation, that's the purpose of it. Look over here.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So that's just kind of just a brief overview of the differences between the two. I was looking at, and you guys can feel free, any of you, to jump in anytime with comments, questions, whatever, because I tend to go off on tangents and stuff like that. So some things I was looking at here when I was going through the bail application, the burner phone really kind of stood out to me. And at first, my first thought of the burner phone was that it was a forensic countermeasure. But then I've kind of changed my view on that. I don't think it was. The reason for that is because, we see that he used the victims' phones to taunt families, to check messages, allegedly. His internet search history, his dating profiles, it has his picture, but, under different aliases. He hunted near home. He dumped near home. There was very little forensic countermeasure there. In my opinion, I think the burner phone was just strictly for his wife, and that was so his wife didn't know what he was doing. Now that may be true, that may not. I worked with an individual at one point that he was into prostitutes, and I've heard the stories from him, and he had a burner phone or a burner type phone, and it was just strictly so his wife didn't find out. I wasn't keen on his stories, but I had heard them. So it just kind of stood out to me that without any other countermeasure evidence, that it just kind of seems like it was to throw his wife off. And like you said, he was still using the burner phones recently in the last couple of years.
Let me interject for a minute, Doug.
Yeah,
We've made too much of the burner phones. We're thinking for him, it's like tied to the crime. That is the main, the way he thinks about it. Maybe he uses it for the crimes, but he uses it more to contact escorts and maybe even have or attempt to have extramarital affairs. So we're going, why the hell would you keep that? That's associated with the crime. And he's just thinking, well, that's just, that's just a part of it, but generally I use this as for my other activities, even pornography, signing up for websites and stuff potentially.
Sure. And I think you kind of hit on it earlier. If he really wanted to use it as a forensic countermeasure, he would have used it for one victim, tossed it, got a new one, and then just kept on that cycle. But he kept the phone, and it was we've all had wives, girlfriends, or have them, and it's tough to keep that secret if you're using a phone that they can access, or a phone bill they can see. So, there's that aspect as well that kind of stood out to me. There's other measures as well. This goes back to 2007 to 2011, and that's kind of the time frame we're looking at. Now I can't really remember back to there what other technology there was, but there was, now there's VPNs, there's even burner apps. So, Yeah,
But even then, people are like, well, I've got like the newest security. No one can touch me. I'll be fine. It's like, well, that must be a comforting illusion. It's just a technology away. And yes, they can go retroactive. I mean, if you think because you've got encryption or something that you've got away with things, sorry, you're wrong.
Oh, exactly. And I'd have to look back and, if VPN was available back then, why wouldn't you have used that? I'm sure it was. I use VPN all the time. I use it to watch Netflix in the US, and I use
allegedly,
and I use it for my Google searches. For example, if I'm working a case in Germany, it's hard to search in Canada because everything's just catered towards where you live. It's location based. So I change my VPN to Germany, and then I get German hits, for example, come up quicker. So there's lots of uses for VPN other than illicit means, but and I don't actually do that with Netflix, but
maybe he was just lazy.
Wink, wink.
What's
What's that?
He was just lazy. That's
and
that's
I
a good
all
idea.
all
later,
those things you just described, like going out to get a new burner phone, VPN, right? You got to do those things. You got to switch the thing on, right? You got to maintain it. You got to run it.
Absolutely, Peter. And
Yeah.
if you're going to use your phone as kind of the mainstay of your criminal activity, it's only a matter of time until you get caught. And you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because if you use your phone, as Cloyd said, they can find out everywhere you've been, everybody you've talked to, everything. And if you don't use your phone, you're just as screwed, like Jodi Arias, where she turned off her phone, committed the crime, and they found when she turned her phone back on, and the time's all lined up. So
Right.
whether you use it or not, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I think there's a sense of with a burner phone that you're never going to get connected to that burner phone anyway. So this idea that they got to find the weapon essentially. So maybe you use the same weapon, and once you might get compromised, you're going to separate yourself from it. I'm assuming that's what was going on in his head, that I have this phone, and nobody's ever going to actually connect me with the burner phone because I won't have it, when it gets that bad.
Right, and that's and I thought that too, and maybe I'm just giving him too much credit. Maybe he's stupid, or maybe it was just the burner phone for his wife, because if he really thought that the burner phone was going to keep him safe, then why did he carry his personal phone with him at the same time? Because a lot of what law enforcement did is they tied his burner phone to the exact location of his personal phone, so he was carrying it around. And if for anybody who doesn't know kind of just quickly how a phone pinging works, a phone pings when it there's an incoming or outcoming, or it pings when it goes from one tower to the next. So his personal phone is pinging constantly, and he's carrying it around with his burner phone. So what was the point of having a burner phone?
Why doesn't he turn it off?
Exactly. If you turn off your phone or put it in airplane mode, whatever, it when you turn it back on, it shows the last point, the last ping, and then the new ping. But there's nothing in between.
It's a bit like that board game Scotland Yard. Remember that, where you're Mr. X and you can travel a certain amount of stations and subway stations invisibly, but then you have to like surface. So everyone's like, "Oh, he's over there." Like, so when you turn your cell phone back on, that's like when your Mr. X has to reveal himself every 3 turns.
Yeah, same idea. And why didn't he turn it off? And that's why I think he's just. Again, maybe he just wasn't that smart.
That's
No,
exactly
just cocky.
Stupid.
Maybe he wasn't, or maybe the burner phone was for another reason.
Or Lebowski's razor, right? The laziest explanation.
Yeah.
And
his reputation as an architect is so far not that shining from what we're hearing.
Oh no, I haven't heard
sloppy
all
work there. I hear.
Yeah. And I agree with both of you. I think he was lazy, and that comes into the profiling component of it, is that he hunts and he dumps in the same area, and it's within 15 miles of his house. He dumps within 5 miles of his house. Dump site behavior, generally speaking, you either get distance, you take that body far out, like Ridgway, Bundy, they dumped 20 to 30 miles away from where they lived. They got distance from where they lived. Or you keep the body at your place, Bruce MacArthur, Dean Corll, Gacy, and that gives you that control, that surveillance. So it's either you get distance and you distance yourself from the crime, or you keep it under control where you know what's going on and who can see it, and you control that evidence. But this guy didn't do either. He dumped 5 miles from his house.
If we're saying he's lazy, Manorville's not him then, because Manorville's far from Gilgo. Oh, Chris, you're muted.
Well, so hold on. Just let me add to that for a second. He's also really overweight, and his house is a mess. So laziness being a dominant force in his life. I mean, once again, it's sort of like the pickup truck with the big guy. Like, it's right in front of us. He's lazy as hell.
He's very lazy, and
Right.
I mean, even his dating app was lazy because his dating app. If any of you have used it, because I used to use dating apps, and you put a range in. So you put a range in. His range was 10 miles from his house, and that's where he picked up these women on Tinder, and that was his. If you're gonna actually commit these crimes and you're not lazy, you're gonna put in a 30-mile range, and you're gonna drive 20 miles away, 30, 40 miles away. He didn't. He literally
Doug, you should
used.
be the grand jury. You're incriminating all of us here. None of us have ever gone on a dating app, for crying out loud. Never.
Yeah, he was lazy. He was lazy in his hunting behavior, and he was lazy in his dump behavior. The only thing that he did that wasn't necessarily lazy, and I can't say this for certain because I've never been to that part of Gilgo Beach and where the bodies were dumped. I've only seen it on Google Earth. But you know, the average when offenders dump bodies on the side of the road, Cloyd, you've probably seen this many times. You know, the average is 5 to 10 feet off.
Oh
the
yeah,
road.
because
They
it's
pull
hard.
up,
They're
dump.
physical. It's hard. They're
Exactly.
heavy and they're loose. It's like trying to pull dead weight. Yeah, it's not
Well,
like-
he's got, that's another thing to the small victim. He's got a 100-pound victim. He's 6'5".
yeah, but
Right,
still,
it's easier
pick
for
up
him to
100.
carry.
Pick up a 100
Well,
pound bag of sack of flour.
Yeah.
Well, we mentioned that before, that as he dumped the bodies, they got closer and closer to the road. Like the first
Yeah.
one was 30 feet in, the last one was 22 feet in.
Right, and the 30 feet
Such
kind of says,
proximity, to each other as well. I mean, there's nothing special about that location, and yet he's picked that location where he's clustered these bodies, and it seems I haven't seen the geography of it, but it seems like just a random location on that road.
Well,
He's
speaking to the
familiar with
laziness,
clusters. He's comfortable
it's right in his backyard, right?
Yeah.
It's the most desolate place on Long Island that's closest to his house. So you can only get to that area by crossing one or two bridges. And where he dumps the bodies is almost exactly halfway between those two bridges.
It's pretty desolate.
So
It's
there's
definitely pretty. He
nothing
would have
there.
had better. He would have had better luck going to Hempstead Lake Park,
Yeah.
which is where MS-13 dumps their bodies. You know, they weren't around really much back then, but
even if he spread them out in
Yeah.
that area more, right along that strip, they are really almost there's
Right on top.
something magnetic almost by how close they were to each other. I mean, they were found pretty quickly next to each other. Yeah, look at that.
I think it's his psychology, Peter. You know, there's some of the guys for necrophilic purposes they'll leave in clusters like Ridgway, but then you know there's other types. It's almost like a place of reflection or something like that. You know,
He wants to have them all nearby.
Yeah, special place. You know, forgive my use, but almost like my victim harem, right? My corpse brothel, whether he's actually sexually interfering with the corpses or not. It's memory lane. You know, like, oh look, there's the heart with where I kissed my true love, and this is the bench, right? He just puts it all in. It's probably like the best times in his life.
This just kind of got announced, but as of like about an hour and a half ago, the police were executing a search warrant at a storage facility. And again, talk about laziness. Within 10 minutes of his home, he lived in Massapequa, and his storage facility was in Amityville, and that's about an 8 to 10 minute drive. So again, laziness, proximity.
Yeah. So what we're doing with this guy, we're using Lebowski's razor, and that'll get us to the bottom of this case here. It's always the explanation that defaults to laziness.
Laziness principle.
Yeah.
Least effort principle.
There is one question in the chat just about the general program, whether or not it'll be saved when it's over.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to leave it up for a couple of days, I think, but I am going to make audio versions of it, and I'm going to upload them at my Patreon site, patreon.com/murder was the case. Please become a patron. My model is exclusively behind Patreon right now. So you will be able to watch it for a couple more days, but I'm going to have it in audio permanently behind there. Thank you for asking.
I'm not seeing any other questions. That's why I'm looking in there.
Yeah. Yes. So we've covered the geographic dimensions of the crime.
What else about the cell phone analysis, Lee? Do you have any questions? Like, there was one thing I also wanted to throw out there is that with the cell phone analysis, I use it all the time, and any case I work that I can get the cell phone records. I mean, that's critical. But when I was going through the bail application and they had the maps of what towers were pinged and where his burner phone pinged, there's just an example there. You got to keep it in perspective as circumstantial evidence, because if this was a rural town, right? This was a rural town and you had, let's say, a half a mile that it pinged within half a mile. Your population density is, I don't know, a couple thousand. Okay. Manhattan, you have 76,000 people per square mile. So if you're pinging within half a mile, you have 100 and let's say 10, 20,000 people possible in there.
Right.
So you got to keep that in perspective, right? Like that's
well, from being immediately caught, like he's not going to be immediately caught if they're following the phone, they're not going to be able to get him.
Right.
But historically, when you keep seeing that phone is in lockstep with your other phone, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. But just pinging off but then when they have those distances, it's just something to keep in perspective that there's a very dense population in there. And so it's not an easy counter argument. It's not going to get them off by any means, but it's saying, okay, well, there's 120,000 people that could have, that were in that area as well.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to crush him in court, but the things that they find in his house and the DNA stuff, that's what's going to get him in court. And this is all just pointing to who to get to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Peter, you've been doing the Cottingham case in Long Island for years now, right? Did you have any word from law enforcement that this was going down? I mean, you must have some contacts out there.
No, not at all. And one thing I'm just trying to get my head around right now, Cloyd, maybe I'm missing something, but couldn't have this been shut down with Amber Costello? They got a complaint, they got a complainant, they got a vehicle, they got a woman who was part of a con played on this guy. Right. They've got her cell phone. They've got this guy calling. They've got a description. They got a witness. And they got a woman that now disappears.
Right.
They got a motive.
It certainly could have. Yeah, that's the thing. It
right?
certainly could have, but you don't know where they're thinking of. That they don't want to make the wrong move.
Yeah,
and
but
you probably got too many administrators involved. We're holding
back.
The
cost as well.
But I don't think
right.
This is a big case. I don't think cost would have in an area like that. You wouldn't think the cost would be that much of a factor, but you never know. I mean, I don't know.
But everything would have been there.
It would have been.
Everything appears to be there. With Amber Costello, the only thing that's not there, of course, is the kind of priority that you would do. I mean, to do a cell phone search, to do the analysis,
They can do a dump of towers of everybody was in that tower area around the time this happened. It's going to be thousands of people, but then you put it in the computer and try to pull up these common things. And when you have the second victim, you do the same thing again, and you start narrowing it down. I
just looked too. Am I correct, Robert, in that Amber Lynn Costello was the last known victim of the set? She disappeared last of them.
Of these ones, yeah. Of the before, yeah.
So I bet you he got scared to death after all that. He was thinking about all the mistakes he made. He was thinking about they probably got a description of me. They might have got a description of my vehicle, all that, and that's why he went dark.
And that vehicle came back into the picture, right? Everybody, from what I'm reading and hearing right now, the key was the identification of that obscure vehicle. There weren't that many of those vehicles there that came up, and so that was what the only key there had was back in 2010 with Amber Costello.
Yeah, it was a first generation Chevy Avalanche in green.
Right.
And he still has it.
I think that's I think my takeaway of all this, as far as like the major investigative flaw, is that was all there.
But
it's easy.
It was, but you couldn't do it. That's the thing. It was a fantasy that you could investigate with the kind of resources that had to be deployed in this case, that you can routinely investigate the disappearance of a sex worker, which would not be a high priority anyway, plus a sex worker that, a lot of them will think that, she got what she deserved. She was playing that guy, right?
That's exactly what I said.
The other thing is a lot of these girls move and do different regions. They don't stay in one place necessarily. But back in 2010, it's a lot different than today, though. There's much more you can do today.
That was the sentiment here on Long Island, was that they were sex workers. Like, what is it? That was the response from.
But they're almost always sex workers, right? That's the low-hanging fruit. That's the thing.
No, I'm talking about from the public.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you can't think that way because they're the most
likely
of course not. Yeah, of course not. Well, Peter knows, with Cottingham.
Well, and this is kind of what I'm getting at is in some ways, it's an echo, right? We go Cottingham, it goes back to the 60s now, Peter, we figured out he was killing.
That's right, 60s, 70s.
Right.
To the end of 1980, 1963 to 1980.
You are just cleaning up that mess now. In the 2020s, you were on Long Island, and then this appears too, like much more recently. Yeah. So what are the historical lessons from this?
Well, here's the thing. It's very easy to solve a case. It's very hard to close it. So law enforcement, the various jurisdictions have solved approximately 26 Cottingham murders, but we've only gotten 9 closed. And that depends, of course, on the integrity of the jurisdiction as well. But most jurisdictions, most agencies are very meticulous about evidence beyond just a confession of the offender and the perpetrator, especially one of his age and the issues with his memory.
You have to have corroboration with any confession. You have to have something that matches the scene, because a confession alone is not good enough. You have to show that it's not a false confession.
That's how you avoid a Henry Lee Lucas situation,
yes,
right? Or
that
guy Thomas Quick in Sweden, who was in prison for killing all those people and he hadn't killed any of them.
Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta have corroboration by what they tell you has to match what the scene says or some evidence, and that's where you hold stuff back so they can tell you something that no one would know if they were not there. And that's why they don't release, and some of these agencies, small ones especially, release everything to the press. And but you have to hold something back that only the killer would know. Otherwise, it's no good.
It's I'm looking at cops that are just saying, like, we know he did it, and there's nothing we're ever going to be able to do about that.
You can't do that. You have to do you can't just assume, I knew he did it and only look for stuff that proves that.
Yeah, you know what I mean. What I mean. I know he did it, but I'll never convince a DA. I'll never convince a DA to take it to a jury.
Yeah.
Right? It's not enough. I don't have enough.
Although I would say that the knowing then is an overstatement, and this is just me being pedantic. But you can't know without evidence, right? You can't know without enough evidence. So
listen, you can know enough to make an exceptional closure, and that's what they do sometimes.
Right.
They say we got enough for an exceptional closure. We don't have enough to prosecute him and put him into jeopardy.
Well, in reality,
so now we have two standards of how cases get closed.
Yeah,
you got the exceptional closure standard that a DA, remember, it's up to the DA. It's not cops don't close cases, district attorneys do.
But the thing is, exceptional clearance and a prosecution are the same standard. You have to have enough to prosecute in order to do an exceptional clearance, but sometimes they don't do that.
Yeah, but Cloyd, you must have been in the situation, right, when you knew the guy did it, and you didn't have enough evidence.
Or usually sometimes the guy's in prison doing life without, and they're not going to prosecute and spend the money because he's already doing life without parole, or he's dead or something like that. But for exceptional clearance, it has to be as much as it is to prosecute.
Yeah, it's got to be a righteous conviction.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But that's not the same as the guy being innocent.
No, it's not at all the same.
And we have another issue with cold cases too that I'm finding with Cottingham. Not all of them were declared homicides. So Cottingham did a lot of smothering, and a lot of smothering. Sometimes in some counties, they don't want to pay the ME. They don't have an ME on staff. It's a contract guy. They don't want to call him out.
But the thing about it is, if he's confessing now, you can go back and change the manner of death. 30, 40, 50 years later, you can. Yeah.
If the file is still there.
Well, that's another issue, completely another issue. But if he's confessing, because the problem is passive suffocation leaves no physiological signs.
We've got cases that the only file that exists is a fucking newspaper article.
Yeah,
there's nothing.
There's
nothing
no excuse for that
anywhere else.
Yeah, no excuse.
Newspaper articles. That's all we have.
You got to have 100-year retention on those files. 100 years. That's what you have to do.
Yeah, until and they all have the same excuse. We had a flood.
Yeah,
you know how many archives I went into? They all had a flood.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Find me one that hadn't been flooded.
Well, because you saw those animals walking in twos. That was the clue, right?
Okay, so I've been doing this for hours now. So is Robert. So we'll probably start to close it down. Anything that hasn't been commented on? Any comments that we got or questions, Robert, for the latest guests? Let's start to wrap it up a little bit. I think what I want to state, other than that, it was all there, which I've said a million times, the evidence was there, albeit, of course, that's easy in hindsight. But we're gonna now find out whether this person killed just those victims or a lot more. And my intuition is, and I spend like all my time doing this, is it's a lot more.
I believe that too, 100%. It's a lot more. And hopefully when they get him in CODIS, they can start matching up some cases. Who knows? Because he wasn't in CODIS before, right? They had to do that. That's why they couldn't get him. They had to do genealogy, I presume. I don't know for a fact they did genealogy.
They got him. They got a pizza he ate.
Yeah, well, they had of a suspect. Yeah, that was after they already had him as a potential. They went and found that. That confirmed that they confirmed that he was the right guy with that pizza piece. But when they had the DNA at the scene, he wasn't in CODIS, so they had to do I don't know this for a fact, but I presume they did genealogy. They brought it up. Then they followed him and watched him until he dumped his pizza, took that, and that's where they used their confirmation to get the probable cause, go arrest him, then do a cheek swab. But now he'll be in CODIS, and you can see if there's any unsolved cases of girls or women being anywhere in the country that matches DNA. And I can never guarantee.
CODIS is a mess as well.
It is a mess.
Cottingham wasn't in CODIS.
Well, that's because but CODIS, a lot of people who should be in CODIS are not in CODIS, right?
No.
But you have evidence here. Assuming you have victims and they had DNA found, unknown people, they put that in CODIS. When you put him in there, it should pop up and say, that's the guy there. That's the guy there.
Have you used CODIS yourself?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So do you not need to have probable cause to target somebody in CODIS?
No, you just have to have an unknown DNA and put it in there. And it matches up if there's a known person already in CODIS. You match that up. The
So
problem I have in my state is they don't do familial. So there was a murder here where a young girl was killed, in the early '90s, and DNA was there, and they couldn't find him, and they finally, through genealogy, found him. But his brother was a convicted, it was in CODIS, and if they'd had familial, they'd have got him years ago because it would have popped up. It's not this guy, but it's a close relative.
Oh, his brother. Hold on, this guy's brother, Huerman, was convicted of
vehicular homicide, but I don't know if they put in CODIS for that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, now they would, but I mean, back then they may not have because it was only violent felonies, and this is more of a traffic accident. He was drunk, sure, but it wasn't.
I always understood that a CODIS search is like a search, and so there are constitutional issues, and of course a familial search targeting somebody. Because that person who gets identified in the DNA is not actually in jeopardy, right? Because you're not prosecuting them, you're going to be prosecuting, and you're going to use that not as evidence, but you're going to use it to collect other evidence.
It's just like genealogy. It's not evidence itself; it's just a lead.
A lead,
that will lead you somewhere else.
So
it's like
that seems to be the problem
profiling.
with Cottingham. That New York was having there were problems in the New Jersey courts giving access to his DNA and over the issue of probable cause. And they couldn't run it through CODIS.
But see, he was a convicted murderer already. They should have been able to just get an order to get it.
His existence is probable cause.
But New Jersey, having dealt with New Jersey courts in a serial case I investigated, they do things a lot differently. So New Jersey is kind of an exception. Yeah,
so it was very, very, very problematic. And the other thing is they collected his DNA. They didn't encode it. It took years.
I can't tell you how many times that happened to me, where I had a murder victim, run it through CODIS, not in CODIS. I finally get the guy, I find out he's a convicted felon for a serious violent crime, and I find out, they took his DNA, but they never processed it. That's ridiculous. Yeah, and
exactly.
Hopefully they're trying to get past those now, but that was the way it was.
Cottingham's DNA was taken in the 1990s. It didn't get into CODIS until 2004, 2003, somewhere in there.
That's ridiculous. Well, some of these places, like in Washington, we had a problem where they get these people and they get convicted and sent to prison, but they don't take the DNA from them. They say, we'll do that when they get released. Well, if you're doing life without, you're never going to be released, right? And you can clear up all these cases. That's because of the bureaucracy. But they're trying to hopefully they're getting past that now. It's called lawfully owned DNA. They just had a law passed here in Washington where you have to go back. These people that had never had DNA collected, they go back and collect it and enter into CODIS. It's clearing a bunch of cases.
Okay, predictions. So they're going to link him to more victims. I can't say whether it's the other, the Manorville Butcher ones. Maybe not. But they're going to link him to more victims.
Look, statistically, Lee, let's say he started at 27. That's the statistical norm. We got to start looking from 1991, right?
The other thing is,
I would go back to 82 when he was.
If it's the norm, if he's the norm,
it might just be rapes he's committed and didn't kill the girls, right?
Yeah, you start looking before then, minor things, but statistically, the first one is around the age of 26, 27, 28.
Kids he's molested, given his search history, right? That's a possibility too. People he attacked, didn't kill them, didn't sexually assault them, but tried to or hurt them. So these new properties, I think these properties that we just found, they're going to reveal some things. They're going to find souvenirs with this guy, whether they're digital or whether they're, something tangible. Thank you. Perfect word. They're going to find them. And I think this is just rolling out, and it should do, because they've caught a great white shark.
Yes. This is a big one.
They've got to treat
like
it
one
that
of
way.
the big one of the new century. The LISK, always just the way it came to us too, with the drama of the girl that still is a controversial issue. I mean, this is like almost like a mini JFK. And a lot of conspiracy theories, a lot of different suspects. This is a long story. This is just the beginning. This is Act 3.
Very beginning. You're right. Yeah, no kidding.
So do you think that they find any in his property that they're searching right now? The God, I've been doing this for a long time. What's it called? The place we've been saying all day.
Massapequa?
Yeah. Are they going to find any bodies or anything there?
Who knows?
They were digging up his basement. They were going into his basement. For
Do
sure.
a John Wayne Gacy thing here. Yeah.
I mean, it could be that. If he is an architect, he knows how to lay cement.
Right.
I mean, it's not out of the realm
They're
of
going to stink,
possibility.
though. They're going to stink, and people are going to, like Gacy, his stunk.
Yeah. If people are saying, "No, stay away from the creepy guy's house,"
Right.
Maybe it did stink.
I'm just trying to roll through my head how many guys we have that buried them in graveyards and then also kept them inside their house. Nothing's coming up right now.
Well, Gacy filled up, right? Gacy was putting them in the crawl space, ran out of room, started putting them in the river.
Right.
Yeah. And this guy seems like someone who'd want to keep them kind of close because he has them all clustered and they are close to home.
We don't know what's in that storage facility yet either. Like, they took a freezer out of his house. What if he has another one there? Who knows what he's got anywhere?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would doubt they're at his home just because he had a wife and children. But
but if they're at the house in Jersey, the rumor is that the wife and the kids were almost never there.
Mm.
Oh, really? Yeah.
That's what I've been hearing.
Okay. Maybe then.
But
so maybe
it's so early that it could be anything. It really is so early.
Yeah. No,
like,
that's true.
Yeah, and that's a good cue to close it down, I think.
Yeah.
So, Robert, thank you for jumping in for Chris Duett at the last minute. You did a great job, man. I'd love to host a podcast regularly with you. You're on the ball.
So, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for everybody being here, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, Robert, what's your details for people who want to know more about you? Just quickly, I'm going to go through everyone with this.
Yeah. My latest book is The Vile Thing We Created. You can check that out on Amazon. And you can follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Robert Ottone. And just, follow the socials. And I'm going to keep tweeting about this case. I'm going to try to get some more info as it comes out, since I'm 20 minutes away from the guy's house. I'll do my best to keep everybody updated.
Yeah, if we ever have any big news coming on, which merits another discussion this size, maybe we'll do it again. Yeah. Cloyd Steiger, Seattle homicide detective, retired. Hark your wares.
Yeah, I read a couple books too. Homicide, The View from Inside the Yellow Tape, and Seattle's Forgotten Serial Killer, Gary Gene Grant. And just for the record, I live 10, 15 minutes from where Gary Ridgway lived. I took Lee there. We took pictures of the house.
It's like Serial Killer Wonderland.
It is Serial Killer Wonderland. We went up there.
You're never far from a serial killer site. You pass with serial killer sites on the way to a serial killer site.
That's right. We went up to Bundy's dump sites. Lee had a good time.
Yeah, they have also Twin Peaks was filmed.
Twin Peaks, we did Twin Peaks. Pie and Damn Fine Coffee. We went there and had that at the restaurant. Yeah. So yeah.
The gas station from The Vanishing, 1994,
right,
Jeff
right
Bridges.
There. Yeah, that's
right.
Exactly right.
All right, thank you, Cloyd. Doug, I don't think you have any books, but if people want your services or something.
Yeah, no books, couple publications out there. But I'm on social media, on Twitter, primarily at the Geo Profiler. I work cases across the US and globally. And you can find me on there and link up, and I can work pro bono and non pro bono cases. So for everybody, for law enforcement, media, families, whatever. So you can find me on there.
Cloyd and Doug too are also very active on Citizen Detective, which is my other podcast, and we do something like this every 2 weeks. It's a little bit more structured, so you might want to check that out. We're looking at some cold cases in Oklahoma. We've got 14 of them to solve. We are working with police. It's not a web sleuthing thing. We are working hand in hand with them. We're raising money for forensic testing. So check out Citizen Detective. The website is citizendetectivepodcast.com, and you'll get links to all that info. Dr. Peter Vronsky, you have plenty.
Well, I think the most exciting thing I'm doing right now is the work I've started doing with the National Institute for Law and Justice. This is an organization that was begun by former NYPD detectives. including Bill Simon of the Cold Case Squad, with whom, when he was active, we were doing the work and still are on the searches. And the NILJ essentially provides investigative services at no cost by petition from victim families who believe they did not get the kind of attention that perhaps they wanted or maybe needed from the jurisdiction where their loved one might have been murdered. So, the cost often is $30,000 just to review a case by a private investigator. So we accept petitions. You can find us at NILJ, National Institute for Law and Justice.org. And one of the projects I'm working on, I'm the first Canadian on it. But one of the kind of thrusts that the NILJ is doing is looking at the question of Indigenous missing women in border territories. What we didn't realize often is that there's a whole different kind of recognition of where the Canadian-American border lies when it's on a First Nation territory. And it's a very complex issue because it crosses so many jurisdictions. So we're rendering some assistance there. And that's kind of the new thing in my life. And as far as the Cottingham case goes, it's a mystery because of, obviously, I lost my partner last month on that case, and both Richard Cottingham and myself are strangely kind of mourning Jennifer's death. Both of us are saying to each other, should have been one of us. Should have been you, Richie. You got 9 years on me, but if it wasn't going to be you, it should have been me, not Jennifer, for crying out loud.
Right.
So it's not a happy ending. I don't know if it's an ending, and what's going to happen next is a mystery. Other than we assisted. We didn't close them, but we assisted in the solution and closure of 9 cases in 18 months. One in Rockland County, New York, 5 in Nassau County, New York, including the oldest in American history DNA hit, a perpetrator DNA hit, 1968 Diane Cusick. That DNA was preserved by accident, not familial DNA. So it's the oldest right now on the record, unless somebody can correct me. And of course, finally, we had 3. We assisted in 3 case closures in Bergen County, New Jersey. And none of those cases would have been closed without Jennifer Weiss if she hadn't been on board. And
let's talk about that on Murder Was the Case, Peter. We haven't really got to that. I think that's the next step. So let's do that. Okay, and he's got a lot of good books too. So check that out. Peter Vronsky. I'm Dr. Lee Mellor. I have my other podcast, Citizen Detective. This is Murder Was the Case, available exclusively on Patreon, patreon.com/Murder Was the Case. If you like this deep analytical approach to crime, you'll probably dig Murder Was the Case. I have written 7 books myself. I think that's good enough for now. And I just want to encourage you again to go to the Citizen Detective Podcast.com site and check out the work we're doing in Oklahoma there. It's for the show, but we're trying to solve these 14 cold case homicides, and we need funds and we need your help. We want you along for the ride. So with that, Robert, Cloyd, Doug, Peter, shout out to Josh Zeman and Chris Kunkle, who were here too. Wonderful panel. Everyone, have a good night and rejoice, because justice is on its way to being done. So it's a good day. Bye.
Bye, guys.